Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our 2024 City of Pembroke budget deliberations for our first meeting today, followed by a second one tomorrow. We welcome everyone. We'll call the meeting to order. Land acknowledgement. As we gather today, I would respectfully acknowledge, on behalf of Council and the community, that the City of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins on whose land we reside. Do we have a disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none, we have a message from Mayor Ron Gervais.
Good morning, everyone. As we start this budget process, I just wanted to welcome everyone to what's going to be a tough budget, but every budget cycle, I think, has been a tough budget cycle, and we tackle each and every budget the same way. We get through this making tough decisions for the benefit of all ratepayers, not just this individual or that individual. It's all ratepayers, and I'm confident we'll achieve a balanced approach when approaching this budget, being, for myself, the 14th budget. I was saying to Councillor Keel earlier that I have budgets going back to 2010, and each and every budget, I think, was tough, and we approach it in the same fashion. I do want to commend staff for all of their hard work and dedication in drafting this year's draft budget. I did witness firsthand coming in one evening that staff were here after hours and they were working away on, no doubt, all these documents and so forth for us to pour over and to make decisions. So they should be commended for that. As I do every budget, I remind everyone that there's only one taxpayer that not only pays the levy, but they have to pay water, sewer, garbage collection in addition to the bills that are just coming into their home. And remind everyone that some people are on fixed incomes, and we must be cognizant of that. Further, I want to remind people that the city must address issues that are outside of our control due to pressures from various fronts, including insurance, our share of services provided by the County of Renfrew, collective agreements, and so forth. And so regardless of these pressures, the city still provides a wide range of services touching the ratepayers' lives, and we need to address that. The city certainly seeks opportunities to partner with other levels of government, seeking grants, networking with other levels of government, and doing our part to try and achieve other funds outside of the tax base to achieve the goals of the city. The city runs a tight ship, and we'll attempt to serve all members of the public, not only for the essentials, but those areas that provides a quality of life so that people can live, work, invest, and play in Pembroke. So certainly I look forward to some respectful discussions today in terms of this budget, and no doubt some tough decisions, but we will get through it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Gervais. I just wanted to quickly review the agenda for this morning. At 10:30, we'll take a 15-minute break. 12 o'clock till 12:30 is lunch break. Break number 2 is at 1:45, and then 3 p.m. is the meeting adjournment. I just want to also echo what Mayor Gervais said and send many thanks to Ms. Lodgestein, our treasurer, and staff for the hard work, and the whole city staff for preparing all this budget. It's a very onerous task, so thank you very much. I'll now hand it over to Ms. Lodgestein for her budget critical path and process report.
Great, thank you, and good morning to everybody. On everybody's desk should be a copy of the slide presentation that we'll go through. So we're going to start off today's deliberations just by going over the critical path and touching on, I guess, some of the key highlights of the budget, and then we'll, get into the meat of the day and go through budget by budget. And joining us today, we have our department heads standing by to help answer any questions that you might have. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank my staff sitting here in the corner for all of their help and support over this budget process, because I wouldn't be able to do it without them. So thank you very much. So obviously every budget cycle, it's a long road to get here. So in terms of our critical path, we actually started work on this budget in August. So in between August and October, department heads worked on preparing their budgets in consultation with staff, and also taking into consideration feedback they receive from the public throughout the year, through discussions, complaints, and that type of feedback. So in October through to December, staff sit down together to review the budget with the CAO and the treasurer to finalize any questions. And then this draft budget is then presented to committee chairs for their feedback. So that happened in the October to December timeframe. So currently we're in deliberations where we're going to go through all of the draft proposals with a view to formally adopt the agenda on February 20th, which is the second council meeting in February. So today is day one. So my goal for the day is at least to be discussing the recreation budget by the end of day today. So we'll go through all the other departments first. I know the chief can't be here tomorrow, so we'll want to touch upon any capital items and questions that we have for him today as well. Tomorrow we're looking to do kind of a wrap up of any outstanding questions that arise from today that staff perhaps need a little bit more research to answer, wrap up any outstanding items on the operating budget, and then discuss the capital budget. So we do have a public meeting set for Monday, January 15th at 6 p.m. So this will be an opportunity to present, the revised draft budget for 2024 and receive any feedback based on where the city is at, following these 2 days of deliberations. And then finally, on day 3, which is scheduled for Friday, February 2nd, we will review any public feedback. The library and the PBIA will be present to discuss their budgets. We will talk about the tax impact of some of the decisions that we make over the next 2 days. To set our tax ratios, talk a little bit about tax impacts on the different types of taxpayers, and then again, look to finalize the budget on February 20th. So our chair has outlined the itinerary for the day, so we will take a couple breaks. And just a reminder in terms of meeting protocol, any changes that would any council member would like to be considered must be made via a formal motion. So at any point in time, I will stop and get feedback at different stages, based on the different line items and the different budgets. If any council member wishes to make a change, either adding to the budget or decreasing something in the budget, a formal motion must be made. It must be seconded. We'll go around for discussion and then make a decision on that item. So one of the drivers of the levy increase is our assessment growth. And this year, our growth is about half of what it normally is. So that's on the next slide. We can see sort of a detail of the different classes of properties. And on the second to last column is the additional revenues that are generated from new construction in the city of Pembroke. So overall, we can see that our tax revenues have grown by $108,000, and that's primarily from the residential and new multi-residential categories and the new builds that have been occurring and getting onto the roll into 2023. Now, it can sometimes take, I would say, up to 2 years for any new construction to be reflected into our property tax dollars. But I would certainly say that this is, normally we're around 1% growth, so this is a little lower than normal. However, one of the big drivers in last year's increase was some increase in property assessment in the downtown core related to commercial, and that has since been written off. So we're not necessarily seeing that kind of growth in assessment in the downtown as we did last year. So currently, it's a tough budget. We're starting from a tough spot this year. So overall, the draft budget reflects a 9.57% levy increase after that growth of $108,000. Our CPI this year has decreased a little bit. We have seen some fairly significant CPI over the past few years. So we're currently sitting at a 3.3% CPI. Just a reminder that a 1% levy increase is equal to a budget increase of about $230,806. So a 2% levy increase represents an increase to the budget of $461,612. Our 9.5% levy increase is broken down between a couple categories. So the county is currently estimating a fairly significant increase in the city's share for their services. And when we add that to our OPP requirements and contract, as well as the other shared services like the health unit, 3.04% of that 9.5% levy increase is from areas outside of the city's control. The staff are recommending that we increase our contribution to capital projects of 1.53% levy increase, and I will talk about that and the need for that a little more in the next few slides. And our operating costs have increased by a 5.01% levy increase, and a big driver of that is salary and benefit increases with the renewal of our collective agreements for both CUPE and the fire department, which also then translates into non-union staff. So some of the drivers of this increase have been outlined in the next two slides. Sort of the big dollars that we're talking about, again, is the county, the health unit, and the OPP, and the price increases we're seeing in those areas. As I say, the second highest contributor is salary and benefit increases related to cost of living, which is finally catching up with the city, because we have had, at least with our CUPE contract, fairly small increases, whereas other municipalities who don't have a union have been adjusting their compensation by CPI over the past few years, and the city has not. So there is definitely some catch-up that's happening in that category, and that will continue for the next few years. We did approve some staffing changes in 2023. So this in particular is the addition of the Capital Works coordinator, as well as the change to adopt a city planner as part of our succession planning. Again, we are proposing to increase our contribution to capital projects, which is in direct relation to the inflation that we're seeing for capital projects, as well as taking a step forward to try to fund that gap that we see in the maintenance and repair of our buildings. There are some new staffing that's proposed, and we will talk about that as we talk about each department's budget. That would equate to roughly a $200,000 increase. We have included some dollars for the warming center, which we'll discuss when we talk about the financial budget. The library has requested an increase of about $34,000. So again, we'll talk about that when we talk about our partnerships. With the new Laurentian Valley Water and Sanitary Sewer Agreement, the city needs to look at funding storm sewer activities through taxation. So we are going to start to introduce an increase every year to kind of build that into the taxation budget. So that's a $50,000 increase this year. And as well, we have a few other items, smaller items. We're proposing consideration of an Indigenous outdoor art installation, which is reflective of a commitment we made several years ago. The Waterfront Committee has requested additional staff and a decreased contribution just because funding for them is starting to run out. We are requesting some security at Riverside Park, which we'll talk about when we get into the recreation budget. And our strategic partnerships are also seeking additional funds, also in step with inflation. So, obviously there's a lot of pressures, as there always is with every budget. Certainly offsetting these price increases is a temporary increase in interest income once again this year. So in last year's budget, we had predicted that interest rates may cool off sort of middle of the year next year, and that didn't happen, and I don't see that happening at least up until end of summer this year, where we're going to see those rates start to cool. So it is anticipated that we could receive additional revenue of about $165,000. So that is, decreasing some of the pressures we see from these other items. But this is a temporary bonus additional money, and eventually, those revenues will recede, and we will have to, consider increasing our levy in future years to offset, that temporary gain in revenue. So a few other comments related to the budget. So to help manage the levy increase, we haven't added additional funding for the Aquatic Center in 2024. So over the past several years, we have been slowly increasing this amount, and this was in preparation of a possible debenture, which would represent, a significant pressure to the city budget if we were to take on that payment in a single year. But with the other considerations with the Kinsman pool, we have just kept that reserve contribution at $255,000 this year in the draft budget. So we have assumed normal operations at the Kinsman pool, and this is pending further direction and discussion from council. So we will talk about this a bit more when we get into the recreation budget today. But certainly a temporary closure for renovations would generate some operating savings. We wouldn't save everything because we would still require a pool operator, and we still have a staff member that's split between programs and the pool. But we could certainly save some operating costs, which could then either be allocated to the Aquatic Center reserve or go towards the Kinsman pool repairs. So once we have, a better idea of where council wants to go, we will update the budget based on this information. And with a reserve balance of roughly $300,000, we haven't added any additional funding for transit in 2024. And in conjunction with the deputy mayor, I do plan to bring a report forward to council on January 16th to discuss transit in the city a little more. So we have included about $104,000 in 2023 projects that are carrying forward to 2024. And this would include the Active Living Master Plan, which is still underway and should kind of wrap up in August, September of this year. We are looking to move some entrance sign funding to help fund a community improvement plan study, as well as there are some marina building upgrades that we still need to do. So I guess just circling back for a minute to shared services, shared services are expected to drive a 3% levy increase, which I outline a bit more in the next slide. But I will say that the county is still deliberating their 2024 budget. So the numbers for the county are based on a best estimate, but certainly before our February 2nd meeting, I will circle back to the finance staff at the county just to see if they have an update for me, because this is based again on a best guess, but it's not reflecting the final numbers from their budget, and they are still actively deliberating their budget right now. So on the next slide, we can see that, there are some increases, but I would say the largest increase in our contribution to the county is land ambulance. So in last year's budget, we had estimated about a 1.3 contribution to the paramedics. We actually need to provide them funding of almost 1.7 million. And our current estimate and the feedback I received from the county is that they have implemented some changes within the paramedic services. And the last year's budget only included a portion of the financial impact, and this year's budget will kind of include the full impact of the changes they've made. So they're estimating costs upwards of $1.8 million this year. So that, I think, is the largest impact on the county. The health unit is requiring additional funding of about $42,000, and our OPP contract and building is expected to increase by about $66,000. So overall, that's roughly a $700,000 increase from the previous year's budget. So I did want to talk a little bit about capital funding. And we will talk about capital more in day 2. But over the past several years, we have essentially frozen our contribution to capital projects. And this was done because of COVID, because we were certainly very cognizant that inflation was having significant pressures creating significant financial pressures on our, our seniors and fixed income population, and we were trying to keep our levy increase as small as possible, even though the city itself was facing, fairly significant financial pressures when it comes to the cost of capital projects in the post-COVID world and with the supply chain issues that we're seeing and still seeing. So in this year's budget, we have proposed to increase our contribution to capital by 1.53%, so bringing our contribution from roughly $2 million to $2,361,000. And on the next slide, we sort of compare this increase to inflation. So even with this increase, we would still lag behind inflation by an estimated $373,000. So since Q3 of 2020, the StatsCan Building Construction Index, non-residential, has increased by 37.1%, while, if we do increase our contribution to capital this year by the roughly $300,000, we will have only increased our contribution by 18.4%. And as we've seen with the asset management planning recreation building presentation that was given earlier this fall, in addition to inflation, we already have a significant funding gap when it comes to funding major repairs for buildings, which is a pressure that is over and above these inflationary pressures that we're seeing on the cost of construction in our area. So even if we do increase this year, we're still behind even inflation. And then I know was based on my discussions with the chairs yesterday, there's been some discussion about the Kinsman pool. So included in the 2024 draft capital budget, we have included repairing the existing Kinsman pool for discussion. And in that particular line item, we have identified $644,950 of those capital repairs as being funded by taxation. So I will say that with the city not having sufficient funding to move forward with Nelson Street Phase 3 in the 2024 budget, we did have extra capital funding within the existing $2 million that we had built into the budget last year that we've directed towards the pool. So if we did cut or find an alternate way to fund that $644,000, we would be permanently decreasing the funding that's available both in this year and future years for capital projects. So we'd be going backwards, even more than what we are already. So how that breaks down is that there's roughly $300,000 that's coming from the $2 million that we've always had in the budget to fund capital projects, and $353,000 that's the increase that we're using to fund this Kinsman pool repair, should council agree to that renovation. So I just wanted to explain that and kind of give you a chance to think about it. So when we talk about the Kinsman pool renovations, either later this afternoon or tomorrow, you'll have some time to digest that and ask me if you have any other further questions. So before I kind of get into, so I'm now at the part where we're going to start talking about each individual budget. So I'm just going to pause here and see if anybody has any questions.
Any questions? No?
Okay.
Seeing none? You
Okay.
may proceed.
All right, so our first budget to review today is the taxation budget. So this is in the detailed package, page starts on page 6. And overall, we can see this budget is increasing by $97,000 and change. So this is essentially the assessment growth that we're seeing of roughly $108,000. And it's being offset in large part by our payment in lieu of taxes, the heads and beds money, as they call it, for the college and long-term care. So this is set by the province. The rate itself has never increased. So for every head and every bed, we get $75, and that $75 has been the same for a very long time. So we are seeing the quantity of heads and beds decreasing, and so that's decreasing our revenues by roughly $11,325 if we base it on how much we received in 2023. So that's our tax budget. Our next budget to talk about is the mayor's and council budget. So that's on page 7. So overall, the mayor's budget, we're seeing an increase of $7,055, and the council budget increasing by $13,450. So overall, on line 53 and line 71, we can see an increase for honorariums. And as per bylaw 2019-02, this is the cost of living adjustment to council pay, which in 2024 is, so basically the cost of living that's applied to council is a combination of Ontario CPI and the COLA that staff, QP staff and non-union staff get of 3.25%. So this blended rate provides council with a cost of living adjustment of 3.2981. So for discussion, there has been a training line added to the mayor's budget, which previous to this budget, I think was always included as part of the traveling expense budget. But for clarity, I have sort of moved that budget to a different line. And so you're seeing on line 58, training for the mayor of $2,000, and for the rest of council under line 81, a budget of $12,000, which essentially is assuming $2,000 of training dollars per person, with a question of, to council of, does council feel that's appropriate, and does council still want the ability to share these budgets between each other, because I still haven't finalized the council remuneration policy. So with this feedback, I can at least bring a final version of that policy to council for approval. So I will pause here just to give council the opportunity to provide feedback on this.
Councillor Frenier?
Yes, I feel that not all councillors either can fit it into their own schedule to attend these conferences, and others may. So I'm going to put forward a motion that council is permitted to share their honorarium with another councillor if they see fit.
Motion proposed, seconder, Councillor Purcell. Motion on the floor, any discussion? Those in favor? Carried.
Okay. So the next item to talk about is this traveling expense account for the mayor. So typically in pre-COVID times, the traveling expense budget was $6,000. So but we cut that over COVID simply because there wasn't any travel. But now we're certainly seeing, more meetings outside of the city of Pembroke, be it related to the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus or appearing at delegations, in Toronto with different ministers. So I am proposing to kind of reinstate that budget and have proposed a $4,000 budget in 2024 for that particular line item. So I guess other changes to note in computer programming, you're seeing, which is line 83, you're seeing a $940 increase. And that is basically, and you're going to see computer programming increase everywhere across all the budgets by a little bit. And this has to do with a price increase for our Microsoft 365 licenses, as well as some additional costs related to cybersecurity. But those cybersecurity costs are offset by a decrease in our cyber insurance. As we, continue to work on ensuring we have the most secure network that we possibly can. We are anticipating a small increase to insurance of about $330, and that's on line 84. And I have put a small sort of notional budget for legal fees of $2,000, just to address any sort of day-to-day issues that council may have and questions they might have. So I guess that's a summary of both the mayor's budget and the council budget, and I will again pass it back if there's any questions before we move on.
Councillor Purcell.
I just have a question in regards to the memberships and subscriptions for members of council of a total of $12,875. Could I get some clarity in regards to what memberships that entails? I mean, all we're presented with is just a little good roads book, maybe quarterly. I just don't know if it's worth $12,875 or $12,875.
Okay.
Sorry, I just want to preface that as this is a tough budget, and I know it's a small amount, but these are the types of things that we need to kind of look at and see if we're saving these dollars, because, you know, at a 9% tax levy proposed, I guess my other questions would be, at the current proposed budget, what does that represent in terms of a tax increase on the average home price for the city of Pembroke? And if I can get that information, along with 8%, 6%, and 5%, just so we have those in terms of what those dollars actually entail. I think, you know, when we start talking percentages, a lot of the viewers, a lot of our ratepayers don't typically understand what the impact is in terms of the bottom line to what they're paying. So I think if we start thinking about, okay, what does this represent at a 9.75 or 7.1? What does that represent in terms of the average home price in Pembroke? And I know you have the calculators, just that I can't calculate that.
Did you want to get that after lunch to us or after the break, or?
Yeah, so I would say that I could certainly look at that more, because I don't know if I could do that in half an hour, but I can certainly provide that information, I think, tomorrow in terms of what the different
Okay.
levels of levy increase would look like to the average homeowner.
Perfect.
It just took me a minute to kind of call up the council memberships and subscriptions, so thank
Okay.
you for waiting.
Thank you.
So through the chair, I would say that the council memberships and subscriptions don't relate to specific council members. It's just historically, there's always been some memberships to different associations that the city has that's been charged to this section. So that includes our membership to AMO, which we're anticipating to be $5,750 this year. The Upper Ottawa Valley Chamber of Commerce, which is $350. Our membership to OGRA, which is roughly $1,300. The Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, which is roughly $1,600. Our membership to FCM is anticipated to be about $3,750. And then we do have, you know, small subscriptions, MasterCard charges $125 on top of that. So that's where that budget of $12,000 basically comes from, is those sort of citywide memberships that we hold.
So,
I guess my only comment is hopefully that we're taking advantage of these memberships. I know AMO, yes, I understand in terms of those, but just want to make sure that we're taking fully advantage of in terms of what those memberships entail. Thank you.
Councillor Giacono?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councillor Purcell. I know what you're saying. You're looking at that number and you're saying, geez, we're paying $12,000 for a bunch of magazines that we're getting about concrete or whatever, road infrastructure. But the memberships in the various organizations, such as AMO, FMC, the Wardens Caucus, are all a conduit to government to get us better funding, et cetera. And we all understand that even through, what's the one where we, you know, there's funding for the green busing or
Federation of
whatever.
Canadian Municipalities.
Yeah, FCM, but there's certain grants that are available through that particular organization that are not available through others. So if we're not a member of that particular group, and we weren't years ago, I think we're behind the eight ball. So it's important to keep the conduit of information open. I think it's money in our pocket. But I certainly understand where you're coming from. Whether we eliminate one or two, I mean, that's up to council to decide, but I think it's truly important. Thank you.
Okay, so if there's no other questions on the sort of the council area of the budget. I'll continue on to the next, and what I'm going to say, the most complicated budget, the treasurer's budget, because this is where a lot of money flows in and out between grants coming in and then grants getting transferred to fund capital projects. So I will again highlight some of the key changes in this area. So this starts on page 8 of the detailed package, and I'm going to go to line 94, seminars and training. So this is training for both the Treasury Department, City Hall staff, as well as the CAO's staff. And we are seeing an increase of $2,500 here, and this is related to the transfer of an employee from operations to the Treasury Department. Now that asset management now falls under the Treasury's role, and that is directly related to our new employee, Jennifer Blair. So overall, there's about this budget essentially funds the training for 13 employees. Public relations, which is on line 96, we've proposed an increase of $2,500, and this is based on the actual spending that we're seeing on this category. Based on the 2022 actuals, we're seeing 23, being fairly close to this number, while still missing probably at least December's MasterCard bills and that kind of thing. So again, public relations is sort of our link to the community and the different events that happen across the community that we might sponsor. Okay, so the next item, insurance. So that's on line 102. So we're seeing a decrease here in sort of general insurance of $14,210. So this is directly related to savings from our cyber insurance policy, but it is offset with additional Microsoft 365 costs that we need to take on to ensure, continued high level of security. As I talked about in the opening, lines 123 offset by line 124. The combination of these two lines is $164,000 additional revenues coming into the city, which we're anticipating just related to the high interest rates we continue to see and we continue to benefit from based on the amount we have in our bank account. So this is giving us, again, some relief from the inflationary pressures that we're facing. On line 128, you can see that I've decreased our general contingency budget from $100,000 to $50,000. So we had increased it up to $100,000 last year just because of our collective agreement bargaining with the fire department and some uncertainties in that area, as well as, potentially some additional costs in our bargaining with the QP union. But with those collective agreements, now settled, we feel we can bring this back down to the $50,000. But I will say that, we do still face some pressures, especially, as it relates to City Hall maintenance, because we do have in the office next door to this, this room, some roof leaking and water pouring into our office. So we do have some emergency repairs we need to do to the roof that we didn't anticipate. And, we're only 4 days into the new year. So, and as well, there are some uncertainties with the budgets we've set for the county. But as I mentioned, I will circle back and try to get a better number for that before our February 2nd meeting. In terms of some of our funding that the city receives, so that's on page 9. We do have some good news as well. So for our OMPF funding, which is sort of an unconditional grant we receive from the province, we are seeing that funding increase by $62,000 this year. For our OCIF funding, so this funds capital projects for the city, we are also seeing an increase of $222,000. And, we certainly have heard that other municipalities in our area have not been so fortunate in receiving increases because theirs have actually decreased. So this is, again, certainly good news for the city. At the time that I did this budget, I had not received the gas tax information. So again, the federal gas tax, which has changed names, I had just estimated it based on the 2023 budget. But it has been now confirmed now as a slight decrease at $903,212. So that's a $15,000 increase that's not reflected here, but we do feel that we can absorb that within our existing budget right now. So we don't have any major concern about that change. So this brings us into discussions about some of our partners. So the library board is requesting an increase of $33,983. So they will be here on February 2nd to present their annual report and talk about their budget. But just for your information at this point, $28,983 has been requested as an increase in their base contribution. Certainly, the Treasury Department is part of the reason for this increase because typically they have budgeted $2,000 in their budget for city admin services, which is not reflective of the true level of effort required to maintain their books, and we pay their bills on their behalf, on issue financial statements, and we're also basically coordinate their annual audit. So based on a truer reflection of how much staff time is involved, I have increased this amount to $11,270. So what I have been working on over the past several budgets is just trying to make sure each department is paying their fair share of costs, because I have also increased how much we charge to the water and sewer for our financial services that we provide to those two areas as well. And I have also increased this amount to the PBIA budget as well. So I will certainly take part of the blame for part of this increase. But again, it's a truer reflection of the level of effort. And they have also requested an additional $5,000 for their multicultural festival. So in 2023, the city had committed to provide funding of $10,000 for their festival. They have requested $15,000, and this $15,000, I think, reflects some of the truer spend because they have had to use some money they had in reserve to pay the cost of their event for this year. So if they want to do something similar, they are going to be short some funding. They will be with us on February 2nd. Carthy will be present to answer any questions you have about that particular line item. So that brings us into strategic partnerships, and I do have a slide, which might be a few down from this one, just to give a little bit of a summary of where we're at with strategic partnerships. So when this was raised, I think back November, December of this year, there was a recommendation that we look at only funding year to year because our strategic partnership agreements require renewal at this point. So, yeah, and it is up on the slide, up on the screen behind you. So I know I did express that to all strategic partners, and both senior centers, so the 50-plus active living center, as well as the Francophone Centre La Joie, have expressed some concern about only having a one-year agreement because their funding from the province is linked to city funding. And if we don't provide them funding and we don't guarantee them this funding, they're not going to be getting their funding from the province to fund their operations. So they have, and based on this feedback, I certainly would support, suggesting a longer-term agreement, at least for those two particular partners, just so they have, some assurance, that we're going to continue to support them in the years ahead. Both have requested an increase. So in previous years, we have provided them with a budget of $8,400, and we've provided that amount equally to both partners. The 50-plus active living center has requested an increase to $11,500, and the Francophone Centre La Joie has asked for an increase of $12,620. So as I understand it, in the past, services offered to these seniors organizations in kind, do play a role in their funding formula, but they're now asking for more than just this in-kind donation. They would like to see, actual additional funds to help support the services that they offer. And we do have a package, which, did we hand that out, Ashley? Yep. Of, the different strategic partners and some of the reporting that they've provided to us. So that's certainly something to consider. In terms of some of the other partners, the Pembroke Heritage Murals, we did provide them with one-time additional funding of $5,000. They have asked for an unspecified additional funding this year. When I prepared the budget, I looked at their base funding of 10, and looking at some of the increases we've provided to other organizations, suggested an increase of $13,400, but we could certainly also consider increasing them to the amount of funding we've provided this year of 15. In terms of the murals itself, there was certainly a lot of talk a few years ago about potentially having an Indigenous mural in our community. Given that the college has, I guess, I don't know if I'd call it a mural, but an Indigenous installation close to, the waterfront, it has been suggested that perhaps we should look at some kind of outdoor art installation. And if we do want to see this happen, we're going to need to have some money, either through the community, through the city, through both, to make this particular item happen, or it's not going to happen. So I have put a notional budget of $40,000 just as a discussion point to see if this is something that we still want to pursue to, honor our Indigenous community. And as well, we do have two other partners which have not requested additional funding this year, and that's the Ottawa Valley Historical Society, who we have typically provide $20,000 to, and the Pembroke Horticultural Society that we provide funding of $4,500 to. I guess the last item in this area before I hand this over to the floor is just to have a brief discussion about the handy bus. So for many years now, the city has only provided $25,000 to the handy bus to fund their operations and to help fund the services they provide to our community. They have requested additional funding of $10,000 to increase the amount the city provides to $35,000 in 2024, and they have also requested additional funding from the Township of Laurentian Valley. My main concern with the handy bus is that their cost of operations has been increasing over the years. The city's contribution has not. We do receive transit funding from the province, but more, like as each year passes, we're using more and more of this funding to fund their operations. And when it comes time that they need to replace their vehicles, there's not enough money in the transit reserve to pay for these vehicles. So there is another, we have applied to a grant to replace one vehicle that's in dire need of replacement, but there is another vehicle that will need to be replaced in the next couple years. And based on what's in their reserve right now, there's not going to be enough money to fund that replacement. So certainly, I think, if we, want to continue to support the handy bus, we should be looking at how much money we provide to the handy bus, and as well, in future years, we might need to consider an additional contribution when it comes time for them to replace that second vehicle. So with that, I will pass this back to the floor for discussion.
We're on the section of strategic partners, and I have Councillor Frenier, then Councillor Giacono.
Thank you. So through the chair, a couple of questions. I'm not sure who would have this information, if any of us would. I know that the grants that the senior centers get from the province are linked to the city funding. However, I know that the city recreation department also supports programs and so contributes dollars out of the recreation budget towards programs that the seniors center implements. Why could those dollars not also be used in that provincial application, or are they? Because you know, we're subsidizing programs through the recreation department, plus we're giving them additional dollars. So if we were to say, include those dollars that we're already spending in your funding application, would that reduce then the amount we have to give them in addition? So is my question clear, number one? And maybe if I could address my question through the chair to Mr. DeRoche from Recreation, if he has that information. If not, I'd like to find out that information from the seniors themselves, from the center. So do they include those dollars? Question.
Mr. DeRoche, or Mr. DeRoche, did you want to?
Yeah, thank you. So through the chair, so some of the programs that we funded with the seniors, I don't know if it actually is considered in the bottom line. We don't typically fund a whole lot. Like this past year, we funded. They had a social this summer that we helped with, and that's pretty well lit. So it's not like we're helping out in a great capacity. In 2022, we did receive some funding. That we did put towards some senior programming, and we utilized that funding to secure some of that programming at the senior center. Thank you.
Yeah, so I was going to reiterate that we did receive separate funding from the province for seniors programs that we then spent on the program. So it wasn't city money, it was us
That we
spending.
funneled through to them?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess my only concern here is that when you look at, it's not a large amount of money, but the percentage is high. So if you look at the percentage, you know, 3,100, that's quite an increase over 8,400. So I'm just, these organizations can do fundraising, they're not for profit, where we can't. So I guess that's my only thing, is maybe we need to look at those increases percentage-based. So maybe we need to say there's only going to be a 3% increase regardless, just to put things into perspective. But yeah, thanks for that information. I know years ago, I know during COVID, I think we were subsidizing more programs just because we couldn't run any ourselves. But that's a few years ago now, and that's probably ended. My other question was in regards to the, if I could, just the Indigenous component of the art. Is there any way that that could be suggested to the BIA's art in the park project, and wondered if that could be maybe combined so that there was a component that was dedicated to the Indigenous? Maybe that would bring that price tag down just for this summer coming, just because that is maybe, as Councillor Purcell said, it's not a lot of money, but it's a new expenditure that maybe this year we could look at another option and maybe partner with the BIA. So through the chair, to the chair, if you could bring that up with the BIA, maybe there could be some other option, and that number could be decreased.
I can have a comment after Councillor Giacono speaks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the intricacies and the, you know, the challenges we're going to have with this budget, and based on the fact that Algonquin College has a very, very distinct Indigenous mural, I'm sure everybody has seen it next to the waterfront, and they've also built a reflective Indigenous garden near the building where people can go and reflect. I would make a motion at this particular time that we remove the $40,000 for the Indigenous outdoor art installation at this time, and that it be considered under another budget. That is a motion.
Motion on the floor, seconder, Councillor Keel. Did you also want to speak to that motion?
Yeah, I'll speak briefly to it. I don't know that this is something that I would want to lose sight of from the city's perspective, but the other thing that I looked at was whether or not there were any federal art grants or whatnot, and there were at least a couple that I could find. Of course, you had to be an Aboriginal organization or an Aboriginal to apply, so my suggestion might be that our representative on the murals, which is one of you, maybe we proceed with the concept and the idea, and maybe even engaging an artist or whatnot, and then seeing what kind of grants could come off of that. But I agree, for the time being and for this year's budget purposes, that with the greatest of respect, I don't think that $40,000 is there, but I don't want us to lose sight of necessarily the goal.
Councillor Giacono?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and then I'll finish. I certainly think, through the chair to Councillor Keel, that is a very good suggestion, that conversation continue, and that we have a solid indication of where the funding is going to come from. And I believe that, the Indigenous groups have separate funding that may assist us. We proceed, but at this time, it's a toughie. I suggest it's be removed. Thank you.
Mayor Gervais?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I won't support that motion. Actually, what I was going to, if it came around to me, was suggesting to reduce it in half. So at least last term, underneath Mayor LeMay and that council, and possibly the one before it, looking at equity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, looking at, and it may not necessarily be a mural, it may be some sort of installation as well, was to look at doing something to recognize the Indigenous people. I know that Mr. Forte and others are starting and have started last year an initiative that Councillor Keel and I attended at the waterfront, and trying to do positive things in the community. It's one thing to get our house in order, and I think we've done that with education and both live and online and so forth as a council and as in terms of the employees across the corporation. But trying to do something outwardly looking at recognizing the Indigenous individuals, and I don't take away from what the college has done, although that's on private property in the sense that it's the college property. So my suggestion, had it come around to me earlier, was to reduce it in half. And I like what Councillor Keel is saying, but often what I see with the grants is you need some money in order to get some money. Like you need to show that there's that partnership. I know that I sit on the Heritage, formerly Champlain. I'm trying to get used to the Heritage, calling it the Heritage Center. And I know that they have, from time to time, on their agendas, been looking at something. And although, again, that's not city property, but I think there's partners out there. I think that there's entities out there that we could, but it was to try and, I know in conversations with the CAO, trying to advance this portfolio, if you will, of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and one of them was, okay, are we doing anything to recognize the Indigenous individuals? So anyway, so I won't support it just because it's, and I realize it's a tough budget. All I was thinking is a reduction, leave some funds, and if we don't, I would hope that we achieve something this year. If we don't, if the funds are sitting in a reserve, then we're able to work out what the solution is. But the Murals Committee, as I understand it, that Murals budget is spoken for in terms of doing what they do, but not to take on the initiative of doing a whole new other mural. And it may not even fall in there if it's a Indigenous other piece of work. I know that myself and the CAO work with the Algonquins of Greater Golden Lake. We have been desperately trying to work with the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan, trying to build that relationship, that partnership, what I talked about at the beginning of this. So trying to do that, but just in terms of the 40,000, cutting it completely, and I recognize the comments, well, we won't let it go off the radar. Well, it a few times almost got off the radar over the last term or two, and it's like, okay, so how do we advance it in a meaningful way? Thank you.
Yeah. If I could just speak for a minute, because I have some information. So I sat on the mural committee last term, and I certainly don't want to say something that has been changed. I know a location was selected down at the waterfront for a mural, and discussions where there was one meeting with Pikwakanagan. So Councillor Giacono, you sit on that committee, and the committee is still committed to a mural. And so do you have an update on the actual plan for the mural, or it's just in?
Not at this time. I think there's got to be more conversation with the Indigenous groups. But because what we were faced with during COVID, et cetera, not at this particular time, that was my recommendation for the removal, so that we can continue. The money can always come forward in another budget.
For grants and everything. And I'll speak to the BIA. You have the floor. You, yeah. So, yeah, did you want to comment further?
I just wanted to ask a question to the mayor through the chair. if we're working with any specific group with this Indigenous mural, or is something that the city's going to take on its own through the operations department, or, because possibly, like, it's under strategic partners, so I'm wondering who the partner in this case is, other than the entire body of Indigenous residents. So, right now, it's not under the mural committee. When we look at the list, it's a separate entity. So if I could ask that question.
Mr. Chair. So initially underneath Mayor LeMay, it was viewed as a mural. And from time to time, so yes, we have a representative there from time to time speaking with Ms. Dempsey, as well as one or two other members in terms of, is it a mural, is it not a mural? But again, if you're looking at partnerships, it may not necessarily be a mural. Like what the Heritage Center is looking at is some sort of, I don't know if you want to call it an art piece, because I don't want to minimize what it would be, but to recognize the Indigenous people. Do we have ongoing, we being the CAO and I, do we have ongoing discussions with Algonquins of Greater Golden Lake? Yes. They've had, without getting into a whole, they've had structural changes in the sense that the chief is no longer the chief, and now they have another chief that's coming in. Their CAO moved, and so they, anyways, there's internal changes going on, and so no different than Algonquins of Greater Golden Lake, we had a relationship with the former chief, then there was an election, now there's a different chief. So it's an ongoing effort between the two of us to have conversations with these two, and that's one of the items. The other item was, where do you stand in relation to aquatic centers and so forth, and partnerships, and what are their needs, what are our needs? So it's an ongoing dialogue to try and develop that isn't just a single meeting, it's an ongoing thing. So do I have an agreement to say to council, here's an agreement, is council good with it, that we formulate an alliance with so-and-so? No, but it's an ongoing attempt. But all I'm saying is that if you're applying for grants or other things, we don't even have any financial end of it to say, yes, we're in for it for this, and I don't even know what it looks like or what it costs. So we're trying to work on it.
Councillor Giacono, then we'll vote on it.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to keep interjecting. I know we're trying to keep this moving along. Just for clarification then, you had been on the mural committee previously when there was some discussion about this. This is called an Indigenous outdoor art installation. So would I presume that could be something other than a mural, as his worship has indicated? It may be a work of art of, a Native person, Indigenous person looking out over the waterway. Could be a carving, as opposed to a mural, because in the last year that I've been on the mural committee, there's been no real interaction with any Indigenous groups, based on the fact that they had the large mural they had to take down from the museum. They were faced with a lot of things that they weren't expecting. So perhaps you could clarify whether this is under the mural's auspices, or is it a separate work of art that would fall under economic development? Could you clarify that?
Well, from what I recall, from my sitting on the mural committee last term of council, the Mayor LeMay and council asked the Heritage Mural Committee to pursue a Indigenous mural, and we had a site selected across from Algonquin College on the river, and it was a matter of funding. And there was one meeting held with Pikwakanagan, and that was the meeting. I don't know if there were any other further discussions, and that is my understanding for that. And we'll have to clarify at your next meeting, maybe with your mural committee.
Well, in that essence, Mr. Mayor, if there's only been one meeting, there's been no clarification. I haven't had any interaction with any Indigenous folks, so maybe that would proceed, but the motion's on the floor.
So can you read the motion again before we vote?
Sorry. So it was to cut the $40,000 from the budget is currently what's on the floor right now. I don't know, was there a seconder?
Seconder,
Yeah.
Councillor
Okay.
Keel,
All right.
moved by Councillor Giacono. So motion on the floor to remove the $40,000 line item. Those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. we're still on strategic partners. We have Councillor Plummer, and then we have Councillor Keel. Councillor Plummer, go ahead.
In the interest of the centers looking for a longer commitment, I don't have an issue with that. But I'm certainly not going to be a commitment to increase funding to the currently requested levels. So at this point in time, I would motion that we maintain as other strategic partners aren't asking for an increase, we're going to have to basically keep things skinny or status quo at this point. So I would motion that we could maintain funding levels for the Active Living Center and Center Jolie at $8,400.
Seconder? So just for those two strategic partners? Handy bus?
We can deal with those other ones. I'm going to talk about these two first, and
Okay.
we can.
So we have motion on the floor and seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. Did you want to speak to the motion, Councillor Lafreniere?
No.
Okay, and Councillor Keel?
So initially I came in and I was actually, I'll be honest with you, my motions are going to be to keep everybody where they're at, given our current year's budget. The problem that I ran into is when I was going through the package that we had on our desk this morning, is the 50 Active Living Center package said that we have to provide a certain level of funding based on a regulation that the minister puts out. And Centre Lajoie sort of hinted at a similar sort of legal requirement, but didn't go in as depth. So I'm wondering if the treasurer could speak to that. Otherwise, I'm in theory in agreement. I don't want to put them into a legal spot where they're losing their other government funding either. That's what makes these two a little different for me.
Go ahead.
So through the chair, so I guess what I would suggest then is to perhaps recommend at this time that we look at a 3-year agreement maintaining funding, and if this is going to put their funding in jeopardy, that they come to council, and that we can look at funding any discrepancies through the contingency that we have. Because as my understanding with their funding is that in-kind contributions provided by the city can also apply to their funding formula that they need for the province. And that there's always been some kind of push and pull from them asking for more money and us saying, like, in kind, you're still okay. So unless something has changed in that, that would be how I would recommend to proceed.
Councillor Plummer?
So based on that, I would just amend my motion to maintain funding, but also to have a 3-year agreement with the two centers.
Any further discussion on the motion? Mayor Gervais?
Just quickly, that in terms of historically, yes, what the treasurer is saying, there's always been push and pull. I've attended different meetings with the then Mayor LeMay, where things were indicated, well, we need more funding because of government funding, and then the result, there's always been a push and pull between us and those two, one of those entities more than the other, but there's always been the push and pull, and anyways, thank you.
So, motion on the floor. Those in favor? Those opposed? None? Carried. So just a side note, you'll have...
We have to vote on the amendment?
Oh,
I supported the amendment as a seconder.
so we don't have... Okay. So you'll invite them to come and meet with you if there's a concern?
Yes,
Okay.
or at least provide some
Okay.
written letter with some explanation, yes.
So strategic partners, any other comments? Councillor Keel?
If I could back up first just to the financial expenses. If I could back up first to the financial expenses, could you go into what is actually in the public relations, like some examples? Line 96?
So through the chair, so this would include items like sponsoring charity golf tournaments as a city sponsor. It would also include, like, if a former member of council passed away, providing some kind of donation. So it's sort of in that zone.
The line 105 includes strategic plan update. Could somebody speak to that, seeing as how we just did a strategic plan?
So through the chair, so that's probably, the strategic plan part is probably a question once the CAO returns, because I know that's an item. So it's been suggested that we have our strategic planning facilitator back to do a bit of an update on the plan this year. The other item for professional fees for this year is sort of related to our financial audit and the responsibilities that we have under accounting standards. So our auditor has requested us for the 2023 audit to update our actuarial estimate for post-employment benefits. So that's going to require some funding. And the accounting standards have changed for public sector, where as part of our, I think, 2024 financials, we need to report on our asset retirement obligations. And the feedback that I'm getting is that city estimates are not going to be sufficient to meet these new standards, and that we're going to need an outside opinion in terms of our valuation of what it's going to take to retire some of our assets and how much that should be reflected as a liability in our financial statements. So again, so that particular line item is sort of dedicated towards those three items. And from my part, I'm certainly a little concerned that based on a meeting with the Eastern Ontario Treasurers meeting in December, that I might have under budgeted that particular item related to asset retirement obligations. So anyhow, fingers crossed, I'm gonna manage it for now, but I think that's gonna be a pressure on the budget based on some of the initial feedback from other larger centers that are a little further ahead in this process.
So even if I asked you how much of that is the strategic plan update, you would still be concerned about taking it out because of the other two things in that category?
Correct. So we had budgeted about 10 for the strategic plan.
Okay, I'm not in favor of the strategic plan, but based on your other comments, I will not proceed on that line item. So then I think, in terms of the other strategic partnerships, I would move that we decrease the heritage murals from 13.4 down to the standard 10 that it has been.
Motion on the floor, seconder, Councillor Plummer. Discussion. Do you want to speak to the motion, Councillor Keel?
Well, I think, you know, at the end of the day, I think everybody needs to do some belt tightening. I know last year, one of the things I asked the Heritage Mural Committee was what kind of fundraising they did. I'm not sure if any evidence has been provided to us about their fundraising initiatives. But to be fair, it's going to be my intention to hold all of these strategic partners at their current rates, just as we just did with the first two. So it's not necessarily a slate on any one group. I'm about to go through the whole list.
Councillor Treasurer?
So just for information purposes, I would just caution that between the mural they had to replace and some of the damage that was done to an existing mural, looking at their year-end numbers, which I've done, between Christmas and New Year's, they've essentially drained the amount that they have in their reserve. So looking at how much they've spent this year on those two items, they only have $2,248 by my estimate left in their reserve for unexpected issues. So in other words, if there is more damage done to some of the murals in town, they're not going to have a lot of funds to be able to address those with the amount they have in their reserve right now. So I'm just saying that just so you're aware that that might be a pressure this year if there is further damage done to the murals.
Councillor Giacono?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you in regards to the comment made by Councillor Keel about fundraising. Based on the fact that it's a very small committee, I think they have endeavored to offset costs. One would be that, you know, they redid the mural at the former Simpson Sears building where they had requisitioned the owner to provide them with, you know, a better deal. I'm not sure if it was a donation of the rent, et cetera. He allowed us to be in there. Is that correct, Madam Treasurer?
So yes, so there was a significant donation of space, which was an in-kind donation to the Heritage Mural Committee, while that large installation was being, I believe, created.
And also, I think, you know, there was a company that moved things for them that did not charge them on occasion. So from that standpoint, you know, there's been personal donations to their efforts. But I mean, they haven't had an increase in 30 years. And as I said earlier, you know, cost of paint, et cetera, and they do provide tourist attraction to the city of Pembroke. But that'll be up to council to decide. I understand what you're saying. Everybody should tighten the belt, but I think they've been tightening it for 30 years by not having any infusion of cash. Thank you.
If I could speak to the motion, as you know, I sat on the mural committee last term, a very dedicated, small group of volunteers, many murals around the community. It's an outdoor art installation. Its value is estimated over $1 million. It's a tourist destination. The reserves that the money they receive from the city goes towards restoration. These murals require work, upkeep, and as Councillor Giacono referred to, the museum mural had to be taken down and put back on posts 2 or 3 feet away from the museum wall because the water was dripping down on them. And that was a major expense, you know, dried up all the resources. And kindly, we had a business owner donate his space to the city. And volunteers, including Councillor Giacono, went down and scraped the paint off the old murals. And it's volunteer driven, and they do fundraising through their postcards and also through donations they receive through the city. So I would not support the motion. I think it should be increased. It should be 13,400. It's a very integral part of our community with some very dedicated volunteers.
So time and time again, I hear people talking around this table that this is a tourist attraction. This is no more a tourist attraction than our waterfront park. This is no more a tourist attraction than the Pembroke Mall. In fact, the Pembroke Mall probably gets more tourists in it than these murals do. With the greatest of respect to some of the people sitting around this table, to call something a tourist attraction, I should see people looking at these things every weekend in the summer, dozens of people. To say that this is an economic driver, I think is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. If we want to spend a few $1,000s, let's spend a few $1,000s on a study for somebody to tell me how much of an economic driver these murals are. If something is a tourist attraction and it's not raising money and it can't be supported, theme parks close down because they're not a good tourist attraction and nobody is supporting them. This is taxpayer money. If the people of Pembroke can't fund $3,400 in donations and buying these postcards, and if they can't generate $3,400, this is not the tourist attraction that you're telling me it is. It is not an economic driver that you're telling me it is. Don't sit there and tell me that this brings money to the city of Pembroke. Sit there and tell me how much money this brings to the city of Pembroke. Somebody put a dollar amount on it, not a made-up number. I mean, somebody do a study and tell me how much money this brings to the city of Pembroke. I don't want to hear from anyone around this table a number pulled out of their head. You're not an expert in economic drivers. Let's do a study and let's find out how much this thing is worth. But to suggest that $3,400 when, you know, we're not going to give the Active Living Center, which has, 600 and some members, extra money. I mean, again, I'm not going to accept you telling me that this is a tourist attraction when I don't see tourists attracted to these murals. I have no doubt that a few people come and look at them. I have no doubt. There's not a doubt in my mind that there isn't a nice couple somewhere from Southern Ontario that come up to look at our murals. That does not make something a tourist attraction. It just doesn't. So if we're going to talk about this in the grand scheme that two members of this council just talked about it, somebody show me actual evidence.
Okay, Councillor Giacono, then Lafreniere, then we'll,
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Keel, I'd like to thank you for your honest opinion on what you feel. From my perspective, I've met many people from across the world looking at the murals, taking pictures of them. I see you shaking your head incredulously that I may be making the story up, but I am not. I was with another member of council at the waterfront when somebody from Osaka, Japan, came to the waterfront and also to look at the murals, and I made statement of that at a public meeting of council. I've met people from the United Kingdom, from the Netherlands, from France, and I mean, I don't stand in front of a mural morning, noon, and night with a check sheet to see who's coming and who's going. But when I see somebody that I know or think is not from the area, I'll make a point of going to speak to them, asking them where they're from. And obviously, you're saying it's not an economic driver, but those people don't sleep on the street. They go to a motel. I've met people from that brought their sons here to Algonquin College for the forestry program because they don't have one in Winnipeg. They toured the murals. They told me that was an integral part of their visit. They wanted to see that. If you look at Chemainus out in the West Coast that has a mural project that we sort of, we focused ourselves on to duplicate, it's a highly driven tourist attraction. So I take exception to you saying that it is not. And perhaps there may be some way of ascertaining how many people come and look at it. I guess that could be done through a hotel-motel survey. But I do take exception to the fact that they do not come because I've spoken to them.
Councillor Lafreniere.
Through the chair, I'm not going to get into the debate whether it's a moneymaker or whether it's not, because I don't see the proof on paper. But what I will say is that the murals, I would say, are more of a beautification program because they are nice to look at. They do add to the atmosphere, like I enjoy looking at them, and they are part of Pembroke. Are they a money maker or a tourist? I don't know, and I'm not going to even make a judgment on that. But they are part of beautification. So, I mean, much like keeping our parks, keeping our grass cut, to me, it's just more of that. So what value does that hold now for the citizens in this budget, I guess is what we want to ask. It's not a lot of money in the scheme of things. It is a small committee, as Councillor Giacono has said. Now, last year, we gave them an extra $5,000. So previous to last year, I believe their budget then was $10,000, am I correct? Yes. So I would be happy with saying, let's keep it at $10,000, and that would still be a reduction of $3,400 for this budget. So that would be my thinking, is like, I'm not going to say it's a moneymaker. It's not. I don't believe it is. Yes, it adds to the aesthetics of the community. So when people come, they'll say, oh, I did see that mural on the website and da-da-da-da-da. So it's like everything else. If we stop cutting the grass, if we stop maintaining the parks, are people going to complain? Yes. So it's kind of more of the beautification, I think, of our community. So I would be more likely to support reducing it to the previous 10,000, so at least they have. Was that the motion? Sorry. Okay, well then I'm in agreement with Councillor Keel. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to reduce the Pembroke County Mural Committee budget to $10,000. Those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those opposed? 3. Motion carried. Councillor Plummer?
The Pembroke Handy Bus. So understanding that this is a in the world of transit and knowing that costs are more, and Certainly, we've seen the increases in fuel costs and maintenance costs and things like that. Further to our next item up is just a discussion on our page is the transit 2024 budget. Understanding that we're definitely not going to, where I just don't see council approving a transit system currently in the near future. I would motion we take the $10,000 to help increase the handy bus from the transit budget reserve that's currently sits at $299,710.
Councillor Purcell,
I would second that, that motion.
discussion? Councillor Lafreniere?
There's a side note underneath there that says additional funding is also requested from TLV. In the event TLV refuses their additional funding, would that number change through the chair? To Angela, it wouldn't? So I guess what I'm saying is if TLV refuses their funding, it's not going to create a shortfall in their budget? What if we were refused? I'm just saying, like, to us, it's obviously not an option because we understand there's price to increase fuel and that type of thing. But, I mean, if they say no, does that not, are they not going to come back to us? Because is this just an actual base budget that they're presenting?
Mayor, did you want to answer that question, Treasurer?
Well, I would say through the chair, this is an attempt to begin to increase, I think, so that we can start to have more money. I mean, we do share the transit gas tax between our community and Laurentian Valley. I did reach out to the handy bus to see if Laurentian Valley had provided a response on whether or not they were going to provide funding, because he was trying to keep the ratio of funding between the city and Laurentian Valley the same. But he has not yet heard back from that particular council on this issue.
So further to that, the city is often expected to make up the shortfall for organizations for shared services. And I just want to put that on record, saying I'm really tired of us always saying yes. And I mean, because we see that, yes, expenses to run a municipality and to have services, expenses need to go up. And I'm really tired that some municipalities refuse to do that, and they hold on like it's the holy grail to that tax rate so that they can boast that they have a lower tax rate. You know, but it's only because they are not paying their share. So I really urge anyone in the Township of Laurentian Valley to say that they're municipal leaders. We are benefiting from these services, and whether it's the handy bus or whether it's the pool or whether it's other services that we share, I advocate that they go to their representatives and say, you know what, we understand that maybe you do have to put the taxes up, but we want to be respected at the table as an equal partner. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to go on, but the handy bus is included in all those shared services. So that's it. So I don't know that we should just say, yeah, we should say it's based on the other partners' contributions, but I understand the value of the handy bus. Don't get me wrong. But I think that that is a big component in our budget.
I just have Mayor Gervais can speak, and then I have a question for the Treasurer regarding this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am the current rep to the handy bus from council for this term. Prior to that, I think I've been on the handy bus board for about 10 years. And so what's indicated in your package that there hasn't been an increase in 30-odd years, and God knows the service has been in existence for more than 30 years, providing, as the report says, transportation for individuals with physical and intellectual disabilities, as well as seniors. In terms of the budget process has always been, like our budget process, very difficult to go through. And so for 30 years, the handy bus has managed to hold the line. How do they hold the line? When Councillor Keel talks about fundraising, we do the Polar Bear Dip, which, little plug there, it's in less than a month now. Hopefully we get enough ice in the marina for it. But it's doing events like that to try and raise money out of the community. The fares are $6.50, so it's trying to keep that fair, because the people, the clientele you're servicing can't really afford in a lot of cases, a whole lot more than that. So you're trying to balance everything. They do get the gas tax money, which is based upon ridership. No, Township of Laurentian Valley has not, to my understanding, talked about the item yet, at least not to my knowledge. But the rep from Laurentian Valley, because they do have a rep on our board, I understand is in favor of the request to them is no different than the request to here. So would the funds go a long way? I think Madam Treasurer is bang on in terms of, is the funds being used for the gas tax to subsidize operations? Yes, once upon a time, the government wouldn't allow that, said it only has to be for capital, in other words, buy new buses. They also had a bus replacement program, which they axed. And so this is the only means of trying to balance operating, but then you're short on the buses. And so, as I said, when we talked about taxi cabs, they get inspected twice a year, and there's constant repairs because the vehicles are pounding the pavement over and over again. That's what transit is. It loses money, but it's to provide a service to the community. So I'll certainly support the motion because it's been over 30 years, and without it, to answer your question, Councillor Frenier, well, if there is no funds, what would happen? If there was a complete obliteration of any support from both municipalities, the handy bus will fold. I have no doubt of that. If there's a substantial reduction, the handy bus will fold. And so I've said that before, as well as when we talked about this other item in terms of some greater project in terms of transit. If there is a pulling away of gas tax funds from that envelope that normally goes to the handy bus, it will fold. Like I have no doubt of that because I see the budgets every year. So, thank you.
So I have a question for the treasurer. So this $10,000, is this a one-time increase or ongoing? So every year they want 10,000 more.
So it would be ongoing.
Right. So I don't agree with taking it out of the transit fund because the transit fund was dedicated to a possible pilot project. There'll be a report coming on the 16th of January at council because next year you're going to take it out of transit fund again. There still might be a possible pilot project for transit. So it should come out of the general levy, this funding. Because if you take it out of the transit fund, we're going to be 10,000 less for possible pilot project proposal. So that's my feeling on that. Councillor Frenier, did you want to speak to it before we vote?
All I want to say is I understand what the mayor is saying through the chair, and that was not the meaning for my comments. My comments are simply that every time when there's a shared service, and all of a sudden something major happens, like the pool, and I'll use the sidelines, the pool, or let's say the handy bus, all of a sudden their vehicles aren't running. It's on the responsibility on the city, even though it's a shared service, to keep it going. And then we're the ones that get blamed. So I really would like to see all these shared services be shared fully, not just pick what you can afford and then not. So this is all I'm saying. Anybody who has a share, like the pool, now we haven't been putting money away properly. Well, these should be addressed now. Future capital expenditures should be in some kind of shared agreement now with other users. And that's all I'm trying to say is I think going into this year, that should be a priority of this council, is that any shared services, we renew agreements for future capital requirements. That's all I'm trying to say. I think everybody knows that. Thank you.
It's coming up to break time. We have Councillor Jacquinot and then Keel, and then we'll...
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the treasurer, the suggestion has been in the motion to move $10,000 out of the transit fund. How much money is in the transit fund at present?
So it's through the chair, almost 300,000.
Councillor Keel?
I won't belabor the point, but I'll say that Councillor Lafreniere, there's not a word that she said that I don't agree with. We need to have better agreements. We need to have better, even just better relationships. So, because I can see how this could potentially go where we approve it and then, we approve something in full and then another side goes, I'm going to half it. And then, well, that's not a fair discussion. I realize we do budgeting at different times. That's certainly true, but maybe the way we look at shared services, maybe we just need to have a different budgeting process for that, where maybe we notionally tuck money away, but we don't agree to anything until all the parties involved have some sort of level of agreement. So I thank Councillor Lafreniere for bringing that up. It's, you know, we're not in this county alone. We have neighbors, we have friends, and, you know, you need to work through things. My question for the treasurer is going to be something that I hadn't thought of until the deputy mayor raised it. So if we're pulling 10,000 out of a reserve this year, obviously then it's not budgeted next year unless, again, we're pulling it out of reserve. So is it wise to pull this out of a reserve, or if this is going to be an annual extra 10,000, should it not stay as an operating expense? I guess I'm more looking for the accounting side of that one. I'm going to support the extra 10, and I will say the handy bus, as compared to the other partnerships, the handy bus provides an essential living service. Being able to get around, to do your groceries, to do your shopping, to do doctor's appointments, that's you know, that's bordering to me on a human right. So I do see this one differently. I'm in favor of the extra 10. I'm not sure pulling it out of the reserve is the best accounting practice.
So through the chair, generally speaking, if it's going to be an ongoing expense, you know, it should be funded through taxation. I mean, whether or not we temporarily use reserve to get through a hump is a different question, but certainly, like, it's not something that's sustainable forever. Let's put it that way. And, you know, we still haven't made any decisions, I guess, final decisions on a transit strategy. And if we're going to be continuing to pursue a transit strategy over the next several years, you know, we will need funding for that. So, you know, it's just a balancing question, I guess, for council.
Okay, Councillor Plummer?
I'll just speak to my motion in the direction. Understanding that transit is a big deal in the city, and we've had many discussions, but haven't really got a little traction yet with the new transit system. This is to support ongoing transit. We have a transit reserve. Not to say we can use all the money is going to go towards a pilot project. It could go towards a study. There is $300,000 in the reserve for this year. We can discuss budgets next year on permanently funding it from taxation. We understand we have a high tax rate. That's why my decision is take it from reserve this year.
Final comment, it should come from the levy, not take away 10 and then it reduces the amount for a possible pilot project. We're still moving the file forward. Anyhow, call the vote. Those in favor of taking $10,000 from the transit reserve towards the handy bus, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed? Carried. Okay, we'll now adjourn for a 15-minute break. Back to our 2024 budget deliberations for the city of Pembroke. Hand it over to Madame Treasurer again. Are we done with strategic partners?
I believe so.
Okay, so continue your presentation, please.
Okay. So I guess the final comment regarding this section of the budget, it relates to grants to organizations. So this amount was 0 in 2023. So it's proposed to increase this amount to $125,000 for the warming center based on the direction of council so far. So this has been increased by $25,000 because, as I understand it, we had wanted the warming shelter to be open for an additional month, but due to timelines was not able to make that happen this year. But we would look to have the warming center open for an additional month next year.
Councillor Keel.
So I know we sort of moved in an emergency-like fashion on the warming center this year. Is it the hope that we're going to, either we or the county or someone is going to lobby the government, like try and find some funding, in which case I'm wondering, is it best practice to work it into the operational budget, or would it be best practice to put it into a reserve? Because my honest to God hope is that we won't need that kind of funding from us. I'm hoping beyond hope that we don't need that kind of funding again, and that somebody above us contributes the lion's share of funding next year. So that's my only question about that one, is does it need to be an operating, or should we tuck a reserve aside for it, or should we increase contingency again for it? I'm just putting it as a line item just suggests to me that we're going to be paying for it again. And I'm not going to speak for everybody around this table, but I think lots of us are not hoping that that's what happens again.
Treasurer.
So a motion could be put forward just to transfer it to a new reserve for homelessness or social services, maybe like a general kind of title for now, and then the funding will be there if it's required, and we can continue to have dialogue, over the spring and summer about next steps for a warming center or whatever else we might want to do to support the community.
Purcell.
I would support that, but I'd also support a reduction to $90,000 from the 125. And the reason why I'm doing that is also looking at the support that we're receiving from various different partners. $15,000 a month would be the contribution level that I would be proposing. I know that there was some expenditures that I kind of didn't really agree with. I know that we supported a warming center, but also the provisions of food and food items really wasn't discussed at that time. So that was I think for this budget was a $20,000 line item, which I find not appropriate. So I would recommend that we support $15,000 per month, so that's $90K for 2024. And put it into a reserve fund, so that way there, if we do not use it, and you're right, Councillor Keel, my hope is that, through lobbying efforts, that's going to happen through the county and the city of Pembroke, at one of the, I guess the upcoming AMO. I guess there's a delegation that's to appear to look at more permanent sustainable funding. But I think this was a one-time making sure that, because we identified that it was a crisis situation. So my hope is that, either that or faith-based organizations take this over. But for now, we'll just put that contingency dollars into that fund.
So we have a motion on the floor to reduce the 125,000 to 90,000 for a warming center and put it in reserve fund. We have a seconder, Councillor Frenier. Discussion? Councillor Frenier?
Yes, the committee that now Councillor Purcell sits on represents the city. I know it was the discussion from the beginning that this needs to continue now and look at how we can advocate to the upper level. So it is something now that is not borne simply by the city. The county's heavily involved along with the social service department. Ontario Disability, Ontario Works. So yes, full faith that they're going to continue to work and we'll have more answers. Councillor Purcell will certainly have more answers for us. Thank you.
I do know that the mayor and I and Mr. Unruh are attending Roma. We have a delegation with the ministry, and one of the items is homelessness. Mayor Gervais, that we're discussing.
So there's a number of different delegations that we've requested, but I've yet to hear from staff that we've been approved to be the delegation.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
So that concludes the treasurer section of the budget, unless there are any further questions. Okay. Oh,
Councillor Giacono?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Madam Treasurer, there was an indicator that in one of the line budgets for the mayor's travel expense would be increased by $1,000. That was a suggestion.
correct. So in the mayor's budget, it was increased from $3,000 to $4,000 in the draft 2024 budget.
Okay, thank you. Based on what has been happening, especially with efforts to, to have open communications with the pool or other items such as homelessness, I think it'll be crucial that the mayor be allowed this additional $1,000 to travel, and it be suggested that he goes before the ministerial or higher ministerial levels, especially with the pool, and based on that this is really, a facility that is quite needed within our community. I would put a motion forward then that $1,000 to his expense account for travel be approved, and with the incentive that he does travel to represent us in regards to these various high-level issues such as pool homelessness.
Mr. Chair, just an informational item to our fellow councillor that motions are, if the increases are in the budget and there's no motion to remove, they remain in the budget, so his motion is not necessary at this point
I
in time.
retract that, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions about this part of the budget? Please proceed, Madam Treasurer.
Okay, so the next section relates to administration. So this is a combination of the City Hall Treasury Department and the CAO's himself and his staff. So overall, we see an increase. So this is on page 10 and 11 of the detailed package. And we do see an increase of $189,625 in this section. So the drivers of this increase include staffing costs. So this includes a transfer of an employee from the operations budget to this section for asset management. So that's included in the variance line, which is on line 16. So the first section is about basically staffing costs for the department. But the balance of increases relate to cost of living and benefits, payroll tax increases. In terms of revenue, we have seen quite an uptake, I would say, on marriage ceremony fees. So we do regularly host meetings or host marriages and perform marriage ceremonies in City Hall and in this room in particular. So we have increased the budget just based on our experience to date. So we're increasing our expected revenues to $15,000 for this new service that we offer that's been very popular. The other item to note in revenues is overhead transfer. So again, I'm continually monitoring how much time staff takes to support the different departments, and in between operations, water and sewer, and just making sure that it's a fair allocation between the different departments, so that revenue, in step with some of the cost increases for staffing costs, is increasing as well by $31,000. Other than that, overall, we've tried to hold the budget. Like, there are some changes in between categories, but we have tried to keep the budget, quite similar for, from one period to the next. So I guess at this point, I'll just ask if there's any questions on this section.
Any questions? Seeing none, carry on, please.
So the next section to look at is the election budget, which is on page 12. So we don't see any change in this section. So starting in this term of council, we are now setting aside $15,000 into a reserve that will pay for the next election. And that is seen as being sufficient funding if we contribute that amount every year, so that we're not seeing a big increase in one particular year for this item. So this is a tax smoothing measure. So we're kind of holding the line on this budget for this year. The next page before I stop for questions is on human resources and purchasing. So this is our human resources coordinator and the treasury staff that work out of the operations department. So overall, we're seeing a $5,400 increase to this budget in 2024. And I'll just... Okay, so overall, we're seeing an increase in staffing costs, again, related to cost of living and payroll tax increases. We are seeing decreases on line 30 for consultant fees. So we had increased the budget in 2023 related to the salary review that we did for non-union and QP union employees. So that funding is not required, seen as being required in 2024. So we are returning to a normal budget in that area. And that would fund, essentially, if we need to bring in outside help to deal with HR matters, we would have some funding available for that. We've also decreased legal fees. So we had increased legal fees in case there was a particular technical issue arising from an employment standards, employment law aspect related to union negotiations. So we had increased that budget from its typical 10 to 20. So we are returning that budget back down to its $10,000 budget. The only other item I'd like to note in this section is on line 43. So in last year's budget, we did create a new line called corporate training, and in 2023, we did use this budget for EDI training for staff. In 2024, it is proposed by the CAO that we look at some leadership training for senior staff and council. And I would just pass the floor over to the CAO for a second if you'd like to add any additional comments on that.
Yeah, so that line item, as the treasurer had mentioned, specifically talks about some leadership. It's like best practice with respect to any organization to do, continuous learning, but more so in regards to building teams. You see a lot of companies doing, a lot of different ideas in regards to leadership and bringing the team together. And so this was an aspect of it. There'll be two sections of it, one specifically for council, one for the senior leadership team, and then there'd be a thought to bring everyone together and do a joint one. So that's what that is. I can answer any specific questions if there was.
So I'll pass the floor back.
Councillor Freni, did you have a question?
No, not until we get to Victoria Hall.
Okay.
So I will keep going. Okay, so the next section is about municipal,
Just a
sorry.
second. Councillor Jagino?
Mr. Chair, if we can just go back for a second to elections. Can you refresh me, how were the elections handled last time? Were they electronic with immediate readout, or were they counted ballot boxes? I can't recall.
So through the chair, we had a combination of electronic voting as well as, I don't know if I'm going to use the right terminology, ballot readers
Okay,
that I believe were rented.
okay. And is the intent to do it all by one system or the other this year? Or are you going to continue to offer it dual?
So I believe we are considering status quo, so having the same kind of voting types as previous years, but I'm looking at the CAO to confirm.
Yeah, through the chair. I think with our demographics and also just with the demographics of population and just how the city is laid out, I think it only makes sense to keep both systems running, at least for another election, and we'll reevaluate it at that time. But there's enough people that do use both systems that we would like to have the option to, available for the public to use whatever method they feel comfortable with.
Councillor Purcell?
Just to add to that, I'd hope that we would bring back the telephonic option as well, in terms of voting as well, so that'll be for discussion, just as a note.
So the next section to discuss is municipal property. So this covers City Hall, Victoria Hall, the farmers market, the grind, and other municipal property. So overall, we're seeing this budget decrease by $21,843. So this is on pages 14 and 15 of the detailed package. So City Hall budget, to draw your attention to line 8, property rental. So I do recover the costs of operating City Hall to the different internal departments. So I do share those costs between building, bylaw, and planning department, just so that there's a fair representation of how much those departments cost to operate. So you will see a slight increase there just because of, budgetary cost increases to operate City Hall. On line 22, repairs and maintenance, you can see that the repair and maintenance budget is increasing by $35. So we did transfer $35,000 from the 2023 budget between the operations department, building, repairs, and maintenance. So when we get to that part of the budget, you will see that their budget has decreased by $35,000. The operations department has made a number of upgrades to their building over the past several years. So we've transferred the budget over to City Hall, just given the level of repairs that we've had to do on an emergency basis to keep the building running here. This is an older building, and it's just getting to that point where we're having to do more and more things to maintain this beautiful historic building. On line 33, I will note that snow clearing there is in the actuals a need to move some costs between the grind to Victoria Hall just because of a coding issue. So the budget of $13,000 is actually less than actual spending right now. The farmers market we've added as a notional budget with the anticipation that we might have some snow clearing costs for the warming center, which we would then recover from the grind. On page 15, the farmer fire hall contract, as you can see, the snow clearing has just not been coded to the right line of $18,000 in 2023. And then again, so on line 59, we see a significant increase to property rental revenues. So this includes an estimate of additional revenues of $56,800 as annual rental costs for the ORPC building, along with our typical revenue that we receive for the Rogers Tower. Now, I don't believe we have a finalized and signed agreement from ORPC, but this is currently the amount of money that's being discussed between the two parties as being charged to the ORPC for use of that city building on an annual basis. So that in large part is driving the decrease in this category overall. So I will now pass the floor back for any questions.
Councillor Frenier?
Victoria Hall. Just try to remember my question. I did write it down, I thought. Okay, so going back to the strategic partnership grants to the seniors 50 plus that occupy the front of the Victoria Hall, are some of these figures then included in our in-kind? Are these okay, that's what I thought. So the grind is a separate, so you've broken it in two, I would imagine, good. So this represents the in-kind that we are providing would be the difference between the rental and the expense, so about $14,000-15,000, correct? We're subsidizing.
So we do provide, we do kind of exchange, I guess, money related to the use of our building with them. So we do charge them rent. But yes, we do provide, obviously, even outside of that rent, we do provide, a contribution to them, through snow removal and just
Right.
maintaining that
So
property.
approximately $14,000-15,000. Okay, and my other question, I do sit on the Pembroke Police Services Board. However, it's come up a couple of times. We haven't actually discussed the building yet, property costs. Why would that not be part of this as well? Because it is a municipal property owned by the city, the building itself. And I'm going to be bringing up again at the next Police Services Board meeting, and I still haven't received an answer, but I know that there was negotiations going on because our police building is not just utilized by the officers serving the city of Pembroke. And the commander certainly has identified that. But it's been a couple of years now I've been asking, when are we going to charge user fees to the other municipalities that use our building that costs the city of Pembroke a lot of money to operate every year? So I would really like to see it part of our own city budget, even though the board does work on that and they present that annually. I would like to see it as part of this budget so the council is aware of the expenses. And once we, maybe through the chair, I could ask Mr. Unruh if there's any headway. I know you've got a lot on your plate and this is one of the things. Is there any headway being made when it comes to user fees for our police building?
Yeah, I can answer that second one, and then I'll let Angela handle the first part of that. So through the chair, yeah, it's been a long process, and there's a lot of starts and stops in 2023 on this file. And so I was talking to the gentleman that is handling the file, and have all confidence in them through Infrastructure Ontario that we will see an agreement, a draft agreement, probably by even as early as the end of this month. So they were just asking for some of the final details in regards to is it the City of Pembroke or the Corporation of the City of Pembroke, so to include in the agreement. So I suspect that I will see something and present to council by end of January. So I don't know if we've included anything in that. I think we did include a little bit in the budget for some revenue, but I think it's on the low side in regards to it. But it addresses that issue is that, that is not strictly a Pembroke facility. It is operated through the Ottawa Valley detachment, but then there also is some provincial activities that are done through that office too. So that will be represented in the agreement.
Just further follow-up to with Mr. Unruh. The capital expenditure that the City of Pembroke has borne for that facility, I would hope that there would be a percentage of the capital to construct that building, or something, based on that number. And I don't know, because you said it's that close to final, but I would remind council members when we're reviewing that agreement that there be some consideration about future replacement, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
So we have Councillor Keel and then Councillor Plummer to speak. Yes, go ahead, Madame Treasurer.
So through the chair, so the OPP building itself is a few more pages down. So the cost of the debenture to construct the building as well as the cost to operate the building are on page 21. So we did talk about including some of, potential funding in the 2024 budget that we may receive from the OPP for the, the non-Pembroke activities that take place at the facility. But I guess my concern was that we're not really contributing significant dollars for the eventual, maintenance, a larger maintenance and repair that's going to be required for the building. So I left it out of the budget for now, thinking that once we do get it, to kind of bring it back to council to suggest that perhaps this extra money should actually go into their building reserve just to fund future renovations, as opposed to being kind of absorbed by the rest of the budget.
Do you have a further question before we go?
Well, that being said, my point around future capital shouldn't come into that solely. It should be almost a separate part of that contract where there's a contribution made annually that goes straight to capital from our partners. It shouldn't just come out of our revenue. I want to make sure that that's separate, because we can't just take, all their contribution towards the heating and the lighting and all that and put it into capital. It should be a separate component to that agreement. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Keel?
So, also speaking into the future, that was a great segue, Councillor Lafreniere. So obviously, some of our buildings are getting extremely older. This one in particular, but also the Victoria building. We're at the very early stages when we're talking about the P3 options and potentially losing well, not losing, but as part of that option, dismantling the PMC, which of course houses our rec department. Are we starting to look at, in any way, the need for a future municipal building? I mean, even staff-wise, this one seems to be bursting at the seams at this point. I mean, I think later we're talking about creating an office space up here on the second floor out of virtually no space at all. But are we even remotely looking down the road, or is that something that we would be just fully looking towards a debenture at or something? Because we seem to be approaching that. Well, I'm sure every municipality is approaching the need for a new municipal building of some sort. So I'm just wondering if we could speak to that briefly, not a whole 20-year plan.
So through the chair, so we do, as we'll see in the capital budget, we have looked at some renovations that need to be done to the building, because there is a section of the main floor that, remains in its, 1950s, 60s, 70s state that is in need of an upgrade. The addition of a planning technician does create some short-term pressures on space, so we are looking to construct some office space on the upper floor. We have tentatively looked at some plans for the basement, but we aren't suggesting to kind of go down that path just yet, because we're currently looking at some, alternate work arrangements policy at the same time, which we're going to pilot next year. And that does open up the opportunity for either office sharing or hot desking or having more flexible space. So being able to have more people use the existing space as opposed to having to create new space. So I would think from a city hall perspective, we're going to see how the pilot goes, see how things settle out, and then at that point determine, based on future growth, do we need to harvest some space in the basement to plan for the future? Is the space we have sufficient? So I would think we're kind of in a state of flux related to the administration out of City Hall right now, given that, we haven't had alternate work arrangements, we haven't had that opportunity yet to see how that could work in our location. I will say that for the recreation department, they certainly have some pressure as it relates to their operations staff, because they are somewhat homeless. They're really tight for space up at that one section of the PMC. They don't really have any garage space. They do use the annex, and we certainly look at that annex space for other opportunities, which I think puts panic on the streets from the rec department, because they do use that space because they don't have space to actually work on projects. So I think down the line, in terms of a long-term building plan, I think we do need to look at more formalized space for the recreation department as a base of operations for them, which might include some staff space, some garage space for their vehicles and equipment. So I would think, in the long-term planning, it's probably more towards that aspect that we would need to look at, in addition to continuing to renovate, the very tight quarters that the operations department has. We have replaced a garage recently, but their back garage is also older as well. And we do have some space, I believe, around the salt domes that we could use to fund some facilities. So, I do think we'll have to look at that a bit as we sort of work towards a longer term strategy with our non-core buildings and some of the support buildings that we have for staff.
I just wanted to make sure that those thoughts were on the radar because, obviously the province is encouraging us to plan well into the future, particularly for large items. And when I went through the budget, I don't think there's evidence in this budget that we're doing that, but obviously those discussions are taking place behind the scenes, and I'm very happy to hear that.
CEO, did you want to comment on that now, or?
Yeah, through the chair, I think Angela did a great summary. I think, all of us around the table would love new facilities and that, but I think it's the reality that maintaining, and I think that's the key word, is maintaining our existing infrastructure, as long as it's functional. Internally, we're always having those discussions, but it's a lot more cost effective to maintain our existing facilities rather than building new. And I don't know if we've done that well in the past in regards to, building condition assessments and those type of things and putting the dollars in. And so you'll see that come up in regards to the pool later on. The cost to do some major work versus a build new, and those costs. So yeah, we are having those discussions in the background, and as we mature with respect to the asset management plan, that will come out a little bit more in detail.
Thank you, Councillor Plummer.
Just a quick question to the treasurer. The lease on the grind building, when is that coming due? Do you have any? We can get back to me on that one.
I will get back to you.
Okay, no,
I have a number in my head, but I do not know if I'm right or not.
Just on the basis we do still see we are still paying insurance, and there are costs to the building, and our revenue is say quite low. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Moving on, Madam Treasurer.
So that brings us to fire services. So this starts on page 16 of your package. So it's essentially 16 through to 20. And we'll also take time at the end just to talk about their capital requests as well, just in case there are any questions on that. So overall, their operating budget in your draft package is increasing by $306,912. The primary drivers of that increase relate to page 16, line 16. Under administration staff, it has been requested to add a new position to fire administration for a deputy chief. So the estimated cost for that with an April 1 start at this time is including salaries as well as benefit costs and payroll taxes is roughly $130,000. So that is a primary driver of the increase in this budget. But otherwise, the fire service has been, holding the line. So there are some kind of tweaks in between budgets, but not I would say, any major increases. On line 46, building repairs and maintenance, they are requesting $2,000 more funding to deal with some venting issues related to their electrical mechanical. On the following page, on page 18, we can see an increase for uniformed firefighters of $84,000. This is in step with the settlement of their collective agreement and the increases that are contained therein. On line 126, 911 call taking, we are expecting an increase of 3%, moving that budget up by $3,500. So that's an external cost to the city. On line 165, on page 19, you will see that hydrant maintenance has increased from 69,100 to 90,525. So this is a direct linkage between this budget and the water budget. So the cost of maintaining hydrants in the water budget, with the exception of a small dollar amount, is charged to this department. So because that activity, with rate increases and whatnot is increasing, this budget then increases in turn. So emergency preparedness, which is the next section, the budget of $9,300 has been approved by the Emergency Management Committee. And then finally, on the last page, on page 20, you can see that $10,000 has been budgeted for fire software. So currently, the fire software that the fire department uses has been discontinued, so an investment in new software is going to be required. And on line 194, the transfer to reserve. So this is the contribution we make annually to the fire vehicles and equipment reserve, and we do need to steadily increase that contribution year over year, primarily due to the high cost of replacing the aerial when it comes time, because the replacement cost for that vehicle now would stand at $4 million in today's dollars. So that's a significant amount of money we're going to need when it comes time to replace that particular piece of equipment. In terms of capital, they do have 3 requests in, which are coming from their vehicle and equipment reserve. So they do need to invest in some bunker gear. They do need to pay the balance of the boat that's currently on order. And they are looking at a funding opportunity for a generator. So I will turn the tables back to council again for any questions.
Thank you, Madame Treasurer. So we have Councillor Frenier, then Councillor Purcell.
Thank you. So there's a couple of things, and I believe the chief is still here. Yes, he's hiding behind me. I'm not hiding. Yeah, I know. You made quite a good presentation through the chair to the chief about the benefits of hiring a deputy chief. Now that I'm faced with this budget, I mean, it's a great idea. And I guess the suggestion that be a part-time position to start would not be feasible, because to attract the right type of person, I would imagine it would have to be a full-time position. So I'm just questioning in this budget if it's a dire need, but that's open for debate. I guess my other questions to the chief, when we're setting our fees for response outside our municipality, whether it be our truck or our boat or any other service we provide, are things like our debenture payment or our new boat purchase or our capital reserve fund for upgrades, are they considered when we're setting the fees? Because I wish that we only had to pay a fee every time we required a service, but there's much more than that. To run an entire department, staff, capital, all those expenses, we are saving a municipality a large expense by providing them these services, because obviously they don't have to build the structure, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess to make it short, to the chief, what components of this budget are included when you're setting those fees?
Through you, Mr. Chair. When setting the fees, The fees that I'm currently working from were formulas that were put in place by Chief Herbeck. They're based on replacement costs, yes. So a small portion of those fees, replacement costs are built into those. A small portion of the fees reflect the fuel consumption. The majority of the fees reflect staff time, so that the ratepayers are not footing the bill for staff for overtime that's caused due to these calls. And as far as debenture and those other items that go into, no, we do not factor those into account. But there are also mutual aid factors that do come into play. So we do run the risk of having municipalities then just remove themselves from these agreements and say, well, we'll just request you through mutual aid. And then hence we're right back at the table again trying to negotiate these deals so that we're not providing these services at no charge.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Chair. I guess this goes to the chief as well, and I kind of agree with Councillor Laferniere in regards to, you know, is this the right time for the deputy chief position? And I know that we had some discussion at council in regards to maybe looking at an alternative means in terms of providing that coverage in the absence of the fire chief through some emergency preparedness type of individual that could be done at a reduced burden to the ratepayer. So again, I have the utmost appreciation for what the fire department does and the services that they provide. It's just the timing in terms of this particular request, especially when we're at a budget of 9.5%. That we're deliberating on right now. Is this the right time to do this? That's all I'm saying. And would that leave an operational issue if this was removed from this year's budget?
Through you, Mr. Chair. To answer your question about leaving a void in the operations, I can't answer that because the position has been vacant for so many years that that I'm not exactly sure how to answer that one. But I do feel that things could move forward very quickly if this position was reinstated. And as far as improving operations, however, to see a reduction in operations, that I can't answer.
I think just putting in perspective in terms of a 0.5% rate increase for our ratepayers, this is what I'm looking at, right? In terms of just trying to see the value that this service would provide, this individual would provide. There's other options in terms of covering absences through various different other line items, such as temporary pay for individuals to assume those roles, right, in your absence. Correct.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have provisions in place for those at this time. However, we're also asking union members to step into a management non-union positions. Just as a list of some of the Eastern Ontario communities that have full-time deputy chiefs, the majority of them that are within that 15 to 22,000 population range, so Brockville being the 22,000, all of them have deputy fire chiefs, full-time deputy fire chiefs. That's not including full-time fire prevention officers, full-time training officers, and full-time operations officers.
Councillor Giacono, then Mayor Gervais, then Councillor Keel, then Councillor Lafreniere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The rental of the fire hall, is there a revenue item for that? I didn't see it unless I missed it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, at this time, there is not a rental fee. With the previous CAO, we had discussed usage of the meeting room, EOC. Because it is an essential space for the city as the Emergency Operations Center, at the time, we felt that any usage of it would be strictly for City of Pembroke business. So at this time, there is no rental fee for that room.
What groups would use it other than, are there other groups from outside the city or city administrative taskings that go there and use the hall?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, various departments do use the room for meetings, training purposes, et cetera.
But you wouldn't have the Boys and Girls Club okay, very good. My other question while I'm on the mic, in regards to the reserve fund for the piece of equipment that's going to cost us $4 million, when the original, I think, was 1.4 million or 1.6. That's astounding. What is in that reserve at present, Madam Chair? Am I putting you on the spot there, the total?
So through the chair, there is currently $877,531. I have looked at like a long-term forecast for this particular reserve to ensure that there is going to be enough money when the different pieces of equipment come due. And currently, our contribution is not sufficient to meet the funding requirements under the current replacement schedule for these pieces of equipment. So our plan is to slowly, as opposed to doing it in a single year, just to manage the levy increase, is to slowly increase this contribution over a number of years to ensure the funding will be there.
Thank you. That was my concern,
replacement.
that we meet the cost when the time comes due, rather than scrambling for additional funds at the taxpayer's expense. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mayor Gervais, then Councillor Keel, then Councillor Frenier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So question for either the chief or the treasurer. In line 8, what amount is in there that is allocated towards the deputy chief? Because I see the report says 99,000 to 147,000, but and it says a variance of 124, but I got to believe some increases in there because of increases. So I'm trying to get a sense of a number. That's the first part.
So through the chair, so what I budgeted was a higher salary level with an April 1st start. So including salary, benefits, employer health tax and the like is 129,578.
And so, Mr. Chair, if I could, and I know this won't make me popular, but nonetheless, that's not why we're here. And yes, the report, very good report, articulate, explains why it is that we should be looking at it, and I'm just saying not this year. So I would move that whatever budget lines that Madam Treasurer is referring to, because I take it it's not just regular salaries, it's the benefits section and so forth, to remove out of this section, if you will, 129,578 in respect to the deputy chief position.
Seconder, Councillor Frenier. Did you want to speak to Councillor Frenier before Councillor Keel speaks?
Yes, I will support this motion, but not infinity. So I would say it is something we can keep mindful of, and in the event that the chief has maybe another presentation on an alternate, solution or interim solution, I welcome coming back. Like I said, it's not this year. Unfortunately, we're looking at large increases this year regardless, so that's why I'm supporting the motion this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Keel.
First, I'll start with a clarification question, and then I'll get into the substantive stuff. Did you budget this year for the 129, or that was the annualized amounts starting in April?
So through the chair, so the 129 is the cost, the anticipated cost, based on the higher salary level, with an anticipated start date for this individual from April 1st to December 31st. Knowing that we hadn't, quite finalize like what kind of salary level this employee might be at.
I just wanted to make sure that wasn't the annual. So I think, I mean, the reason I think this is a tough one is this is going to be a big item no matter what year we're in. I know, Madam Treasurer, when you and I spoke last year, and, you know, I kind of threw it at you, which was, where do we come up with these 2% a year increases? And are those about to come to an end? And you, to your credit, you did say last year, and you said it to this committee last year, that you forecasted much larger increases in the coming years. I don't know that this is so much a blip in the map as, you know, I'm not going to ask the treasurer to forecast, but I don't know that next year we're looking at going back to 2. So, you know, when we say, you know, let's put this off, we might not be putting this off in such a way that next year is going to feel a whole lot better. Again, I'm not asking anybody to forecast next year, but I don't know that this is just a one-off year that we're starting at a 9% increase. What I don't think we've talked about yet, and I'd like to hear from the chief on this, is my understanding is there was an expectation that if we had this person, that we would be expecting to do things that generate revenue. And I don't know that he can predict exactly what kind of revenue, I think, from offering courses and whatnot to outside fire operations. But I'm wondering if he is able to speak to that as a way that makes this 129 not look like 129, if in fact there's revenues coming from his plans for this position.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. As far as significant increases in revenue, I can't speak to that. I think it would be more of a long-range goal of finding efficiencies, and perhaps I think expanding. When I say finding revenues, I'm speaking of more expanding services as a possibility.
I think I might need to know more about that before I could support this then, because that was part of my balancing act, and yeah.
So Councillor Giacono, then we'll hopefully be able to vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the fire chief. You had quoted a community that had approximately 22,000 people that had a deputy chief, correct, chief? Had a deputy chief? What community was that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so that community was Brockville. Brockville's administration consists of full-time fire chief, full-time deputy chief, full-time training officer, and a full-time chief prevention officer.
How many?
Along with administration.
How many personnel total?
Total for the fire department, I don't have that number.
I would like to know that as well. And the other question I had was the geographical, footprint of Brockville as compared to who we're servicing. I mean, if there's a variance there, obviously, it creates a need for an additional person, as you had suggested. I would kind of like to have sort of just an overview on that as well, on the impacts. But at the present time, I could not support the deputy chief's position.
Plummer, then we'll have a vote.
So I'm the chair of the Emergency Management Committee, and I'm a big advocate of, I'm sure everyone's an advocate of the fire department, supports the fire department here in town. And we did have a presentation from the chief. We understand that there is a need. There is a, there's things that the chief could be doing, but he just doesn't have the time because he's doing everything else at the moment. But understanding that it's a tough budget. I will go sounding the will of council around the table. It looks like it's not this year, but hopefully we put it back on the table as top priority for next year. Understanding that, things could be more efficient. Things can be done that aren't getting done right now, in the fact of discussion on training and maybe expanding the services and what the city of Pembroke's new facility can provide. So I will support the will of council for this term, but I will say I will be top advocate next budget for this position to come back forward. Thank you.
Just speaking from the chair, I'd like to support it this year. I really would. I see the need for it, but I just can't with the increases we have against us. But like Councillor Plummer said, hopefully next year we can bring it back. Okay, we'll call the vote. Those in favor of removing $129,570 from the deputy chief budget? Carried. So we're still on fire department? Are there any other questions? So moving right along, Madam Treasurer?
Okay, so 2 items before we move to the next section. The benefits of broadcasting live. I have heard from the Township of Laurentian Valley, and they are supportive of the 5,000, because they were also approached by the Handy Bus to provide additional funding, and that has been approved.
Oh, that's very good. Good news.
Item number 2 is Councillor Plummer asked about the term of lease for the grind. So currently, the term is from the 1st day of July 2020 to the 30th day of June 2025. So that brings us to OPP. Okay. So OPP is on pages 21 and 22. So overall, as we've discussed, this budget is increasing by $66,194. So just a couple things to draw your attention to. On page 21, line 10, court security grants, we are forecasting an increase to this grant in 2024. But this is unconfirmed because we typically don't hear about this grant till winter, like usually around February. But I have based it, so there is a linkage between this grant and what we spend on the OPP contract on an annual basis, because there is costs as part of that contract related to court security. So if we kind of maintain the same relationship we have between the cost and the grant, we are expecting to see an almost $40,000 increase to this grant in 2024. On line 23 contract, this is our annual OPP contract, and we are, as we were notified in the fall, going to see an increase to this contract of $108,448. The next 2 sections in this budget, the debenture repayment and the provision of goods, specifically relate to the OPP building and the cost of the loan for the construction of that building, as well as the costs to operate that building on behalf of the OPP. So not seeing any significant changes in those particular items at this time. The final section, non-recurring, we are seeing some changes, but it's primarily related to one-time grants that were received that the city manages on behalf of the police department, related to we did have a victim services type grant which has come to an end. So we're not seeing costs related to it. We're also not seeing revenues related to that in 2024. And a small increase has been made to our transfer to reserve. So this is money that we're transferring into the OPP building reserve. And as I mentioned before, I have not included any potential revenue from the OPP, with the thought process being if we do receive additional revenues, I would then be able to put it into the OPP building reserve. And with that, I pass the floor back to council.
I have a question for the CEO, but he just left the room. I'll ask him when he comes back. Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Chair. I guess my question is to those individuals that sit on the police board. My understanding is that, and maybe you could set the record straight, is that there's reduced numbers in terms of the availability of staff to patrol our streets. Is that a true statement in regards to, do we have a full complement of individuals that are on the OPP, and what does that complement look like, I guess is one of my questions, because I think it's coming from individuals that are not seeing the presence in terms of their own local areas, in terms of patrols that we used to see, late responses to events, no follow-up with those individuals that call for assistance. These are some of the things that I'm hearing as a new councillor that caused me some concern. And I think I had some questions for the superintendent in regards to the full complement. And at that time, he did state that he did have full complement. But I do hear that there's, significant shortages in terms of police officers. So, and that strictly relates to the OPP, both Renfrew, Pembroke detachments. So I just want to make sure that we're paying for the services in terms of the salaries of those uniformed officers that are actually patrolling our streets and providing those services, because, hey, we all know that our crime rates are going up. We've seen that. Small, petty type of issues are on the rise. I just we don't see the presence in terms of the community, in terms of the community policing that I think that we should be seeing for this type of investment from the city of Pembroke.
Mayor Gervais?
So I can say this, that when we transitioned to the OPP, we went with the integrated model so that if officers weren't in Pembroke, they could go to Petawawa and vice versa. We're Zone 4. We are one of 4 zones. Great question as well for the inspector who is coming here. I was going to say this at the next council meeting as part of, but anyways, he's coming, I believe it's in February, as he normally comes once a year and more if council requires it. My understanding is that we are at full complement. Yes, certain officers go off for sick reasons and so forth, and with the Pembroke Police, that would put us behind the 8 ball because you couldn't draw from anywhere else. But with the OPP, they can give them light duty or do whatever they're going to do. The city of Pembroke doesn't expend any legal fees and whatnot fighting with the officers. That's the OPP's issue. They are to pull in other additional officers to make things happen. I do know that from time to time I get requests for different things, including the PBIA downtown area and so forth, and concerns raised. And then there's the, or in the concerns raised as to the area surrounding the grind. And so then I'll request focus patrols, and they'll do focus patrols to increase policing in certain areas to address issues. Sometimes it's a perception in terms of, well, I haven't seen an officer, but I can tell you a number of times they seem to find different holes to try and catch people speeding that I hadn't anticipated. But anyways, so that's my answer at the present moment, but certainly the inspector will be here in February, and we are having a meeting in January. We're just trying to rejig what the date is at the present moment.
Thank you, Mayor, for that. Just to follow up, I guess there's a difference in terms of a bum in a seat in terms of late duties than somebody out on patrol, is what I'm getting at. So I just want to make sure that it's not just a bum in a seat that's doing some training or light duties, in the OPP detachment, but that there's a replacement that's, on the street performing those activities in terms of policing our local community. So I just need that reassurance, because I feel right now, based on a lot of feedback, and I can provide you the feedback in terms of the board, that, there's a lot of times where individuals phone and there's no follow-up whatsoever in regards to the nature of their complaint. Nothing. So I don't know if that's just common practice, but this is multiple individuals that have come up to me and said these types of things. And in fact, I know a few that are actually really close to home. So that's my concern. But again, I just want to make sure that we're funding a valued service, and I'm not saying that they're not valued, but I just want to make sure that we're funding a full complement. If we're down a complement, then we should be paying a 2% increase, is what I'm getting at. Thank you.
Councillor Friendly, then Councillor Keel, then we'll break for lunch.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure of the logistics. I know that we are guaranteed so many officers per shift in the city of Pembroke. Thank you for raising that. I'm not sure that if one is on desk duty, if that takes away from the ones that are on patrol, but that's very, very good question. I do know that we can pull from anywhere, as the mayor said. So if we need an officer, basically, it's the first one that comes out. It's not necessarily assigned to Pembroke full-time. It's an OPP officer. And you are right in saying that sometimes the officers do not follow up. And I raised that at the last Police Services Board meeting because I had an incident on my street, had reported it, and really didn't receive any follow-up. So I did bring that up at the last Police Services Board meeting, and there was an apology saying that, yes, they should, but sometimes they get back to the detachment, there's other things happening, and they get sidetracked. So sometimes just an additional phone call may remedy that. But that being said, I appreciate these comments, and I will bring it back. I've always felt like there was a lot, because I find that sometimes you drive up on something and there's like 3 cars, lots of officers around. And, you know, so I mean, sometimes maybe if they're all out of the city, it might take a little time if there's a big highway incident they're reporting to. But that being said, I know that they do try their best, but we will bring up those questions. Thank you very much.
Councillor Keel?
So certainly, you know, I've heard the same comments that Councillor Purcell has heard, and I guess Councillor Lafreniere has heard. I haven't sat on the police board in a number of years, but, you know, I think we need to be cognizant of the general fact that we have a down economy at the moment, and when one looks at generic graphs, when the economy goes down, crime tends to go up, for any number of different reasons, and perhaps, your worship, maybe that could be a discussion point to give the inspector a heads up on, in terms of are we seeing increases, and you know, at the end of the day, we certainly can't afford to put a police officer on every street corner, and I couldn't agree with Councillor Lafreniere more that priorities aren't all, your priority might not necessarily be the detachment's biggest priority, and you know, I think from knowing this inspector from when I was on the board, we are in such a good place with the OPP. The overall resources that we have, the ability to not just pull people in, but if, you know, if we needed a helicopter tomorrow, we have access to one. Certainly the Pembroke Police, I don't believe, had access, well, at least not to a police helicopter. I don't know who was friends with who back on the old Pembroke Police Force, but so I think it's something that I'm sure our inspector is going to tell us is something that he concerns himself with, but I can't help but disagree that I hear the same things, and I hope it is just a matter of that we're in a spot right now where low crime, and it tends to be lower crime in bad economies, thefts and stuff like that. My question, and again, I don't mind, your worship, if you just if you put this off to the inspector's visit, the victim services, I know when I was on the police board, that's when they were starting to get in the social workers, and I think there was a nurse or something that was brought in. The grant is discontinuing, but are we still having those embedded services? Because personally, I think they're absolutely fantastic. They in many cases, they hit at the, well, I don't want to talk too long. We can talk when the inspector's here, but your worship, is that something that you could briefly speak to, but throw to the inspector when he visits?
So, if I may, Mr. Chair, so I'm making a note in terms of a heads up to the inspector in terms of the different points to touch upon on his report. My understanding is the grant, if I can say it this way, the grant is available. The city of Pembroke was unsuccessful this year. Do I expect that going forward there will be further applications for that grant? Yes. In fact, I have that assurance from the inspector, but we were not successful this year. So I'll answer it that way. And to my, I don't have an answer for you in terms of are we still providing that service? To me, the other one in terms of the mental health workers and whatnot, my understanding is that was still going and so forth. So I I'd have to ask the question of him, however, as to, is it continuing? I would sure hope so, but I haven't had that discussion with him because at the time being, he's seconded, but he's supposed to be back this month.
Thank you. So it's 12:00, going on to 12:03. We'll break for lunch. We'll come back at 12:35.
Okay.
Welcome back to our afternoon 2024 City of Pembroke budget deliberation. We'll continue where we left off. I believe we're starting with Police Services Board, Madam Treasurer.
Correct, but seeing as how the mayor isn't here, I can kind of hold off on that, and I'll skip ahead to animal control, and then we'll work back.
Okay, thank you.
So in terms of animal control, we're seeing a decrease in this budget of 15,945 as compared to the 2023 budget. There's, I guess, two lines to take a look at in this budget. So under line 16, under contract, we're seeing an increase in that line from $73,060 to $92,800. So this is the increase we're expecting, the price increase we're expecting from the SBCA contract, impacting the overall cost of animal control. Offsetting that, under line 18, is a transfer to reserve. So under our agreement, before they increased the cost of the contract, we had made a temporary arrangement that they would charge us the old price, but that we would take that amount and match it and put it into a reserve to help control the feral cat population in Pembroke. So we currently have about $45,600 in this reserve. So as we can see on lines 10 and line 17, we have increased it by $6,000. So this is in anticipation of another one-day MASH style spay-neuter clinic that we might run in 2024. So I will pass it back for any questions.
Any questions from committee? Seeing none, we can proceed. What's the next section?
So the next section is Colleen's section, Ms. Sorial's section. So that's building inspection, bylaw, and planning. And I've just been texting her because I understand she just had surgery yesterday. So she's asked me to present her budget for her, and I will do my best to answer. So we can go through her budgets. So this starts on page 2526 with building inspection. So overall, this budget is increasing by $19,885. So the biggest impacts related to this budget is on page 25, line 16, under building inspection. That budget's increasing for $11,000, and there's no change in staffing there. That's just cost of living, benefit cost increases. Revenue overall has decreased by $5,000. And I guess the question to council is that theoretically speaking, fees should cover the cost of this service according to the building code. But I know in past fee reviews, there has been certainly a sensitivity to neighboring municipalities' fees, and regardless of the cost of the city, we do try to keep our fees in line with our neighbors. So is this, I guess, something that an approach we continue to want to take, or do we want to look at our fees again in 2024? So that's a general question, I guess, back to council. Seminars on trading on line 36 is increasing by $2,000. So this is reflecting of new staff, and as well as some necessary cross-training that we're doing between the chief building official and a bylaw officer, so that they have some certification and can do some vacation coverage and the like. We have adjusted some budgets around a little bit because I have created a new vehicles section for the building inspector's truck, just to be able to better keep track of vehicle maintenance costs from an asset management perspective. And finally, on line 67, transfer to reserves, we are seeing an increase just because we're expecting the replacement cost of the vehicle to increase, given how much trucks are costing these days. So that's about a $4,000 increase. So is there any questions on the building inspector's budget or any feedback on the fees?
Mr. Keel?
So as I previously have said to Ms. Sorial, is that I would like us to review the fees again. You know, certainly when Councillor Jacquino and I, you know, looked at the department budget, everything looked fine and dandy, and then we got the whole budget with a 9 point some percent increase. So I think at the end of the day, I mean, I know a lot of people look at government and, you know, they wonder why things keep going up and things keep going up. But at the end of the day, you know, the contractor is certainly not holding his fees to last year's prices, and the suppliers are certainly not holding their fees to last year's prices, and the realtors are certainly not cutting their, you know, their realty costs or whatnot. So I think at the end of the day, we as a municipality have to say, you know, things do have to move appropriately. That's not to say that I want us to, you know, jack the prices and start making loads of money, but, you know, the suggestion that certain things should at least cover the basics, I think that that's true. And, you know, some of our local municipalities, I'll be honest with you, at least a couple up in the northern part of the county, they share a chief building official. So of course their fees don't have to be as high. They don't even have a full-time chief building official. How could we ever possibly compete with that? So I think the reality is I would like to see them come back. I would like to see any increases be reasonable, but I would like to see a better cost recovery. And I've already spoke to Miss Sorial about that, and I think this sort of hits on exactly, you know, we were just talking about parking at council the other night, and I think, you know, nobody around this table said let's try and scam money out of the citizens in parking. We just said costs go up. You know, eventually we'll be talking about recreation, and, you know, I've said to a number of people over these last couple of weeks, I said, skating was $2 when I went to Laurentian. And with the greatest of respect, if you would have asked anyone in the city of Pembroke in the 1990s, do you think skating will still be $2 in 2023? Nobody would have thought that it would still be $2 in 2023. So I think we can be fair to the taxpayers while, you know, also being fair in terms of the fees that we're charging, because that helps level the tax increase when you're getting fees from specific people that are using a specific aspect of the municipality.
I have Councillor Friendly, then Councillor Purcell.
I agree with Councillor Keel, 100%. I know in the past when we talked about, you know, building permits and such, it was always mentioned that, you know, well, that puts the assessment up and we don't want to deter development. But, you know, we have to remember, yes, it does put assessment up, which helps the municipality. However, the developers are making a profit. So maybe their costs should go up. You know what I'm saying? Like, it shouldn't be borne on the residential ratepayers of the community to make up that loss in the budget. So I agree, 100%. The developers know that they have to pay these fees, and like I said, they're in it to make a dollar, and so it shouldn't be at our expense. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell.
I agree. I think, you know, we're getting a little bit behind in terms of our user fees. I think as a minimum, what we need to look at is a 5% increase on all our fees as of January the 1st, and every year afterwards for the remainder of this term. So I'll be putting a motion forward in terms of a 5% increase annually, effective now, for 2024, 2025, and 2026. On all fees.
Is that like all the recreation fees and building?
All fees. You know, we're getting behind the times, right? We have, we negotiated with our unions, you know, the costs in terms of labor costs are up 3.5%, 4%. I think a 5% increase allows us to maintain where we're at. So a 5% increase in terms of all those fees that are subject to for various different activities, initiatives, anything that the city utilizes services, I think is a 5% increase is very reasonable.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Keel, you're seconding?
Can we do that here? Because all of those fees are tied to bylaws. So I'm not sure that's a motion that we could do here at budget unless you're motioning that staff bring 5% increases to their fee schedules at the next council meeting. I'm more looking to the CAO and the I don't think that's something we can do here, but I suppose it's direction that we could give.
So just to clarify, there are some fees that go up by CPI, and I'm told that building permit fees are one of them. So currently, I believe CPI is 3.3%. So there are a number of recreation fees, as well as some, I think, business permit fees that automatically go up by that amount. So that amount can certainly change. So what I would suggest is that a staff direction be made to bring forward an updated user fee bylaw to reflect the 5% instead of the CPI, and we kind of do a reset, and we can look at whether or not we have to change the wording to some of these automated increases if we want to make it a flat 5%, and then at the next council meeting or the one after, depending on if we have enough time to review all the bylaws, we can bring that forward for passing.
So Councillor Purcell, do you want to reword your motion?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Treasurer, through you, the Chair. So the motion would be to have staff look at our fee schedules to propose a 5% increase effective immediately annually for 24, 25, and 26, and see the feasibility in terms of bring that at a future council meeting for debate and motion.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Giacono, you seconded?
Mr. Chair, I'd also like to comment, I don't know if we're allowed to make financial decisions for 2 years after the fact. We're dealing with this budget, unless it's coming back to us as an official bylaw, which is then entrenched so that it continues forward. But to make a suggestion, I think financially, that we're doing this year, next year, and the year after may not be appropriate. Madam Chair, through you, Mr. Chair. Is that possible, or am I out of line?
So currently, there's wording that the fees would be adjusted annually for CPI, I believe. So we could look at tweaking that wording to say, sort of overriding that to say for the first 3 years or for these years that regardless of CPI, the minimum increase is 5% or something to that effect.
I guess. Or if CPI is over that 5%, the greater of the two.
Greater of the two. I like that.
So, okay, so Councillor Plummer?
Just understand that this is going to come back to council from the respective departments, and we'll look at recreation fees, we'll look at building fees. These are all these separate fee discussions at a time. So I would support it for the discussion purposes. I'm not necessarily just in blanket support for 5% across the board, but certainly for discussion, I'll support it this evening or today.
Okay, so motion on the, Councillor Frenier, yes?
This would exclude any fees that we just adjusted, I would imagine. I mean, we just had a report from the Director of Planning, Colleen, about the parking fines and things of that nature just came to us last week. So if that wasn't a 5% increase, I guess she has to go through each and every one to make sure it's 5, or I just think that's a lot of work to do when she just presented that a week ago. So I'm wondering, going forward, if there was any that were not 5. I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna.
Okay, Councillor Keel, and then,
I don't think this direction would affect fines. I think it would be user fees.
fees, yeah.
And certainly we know the meter was going up 100%. And I don't remember the parking lot, but that needs to come back, and I'm sure Colleen will be watching this and get the direction. But I don't think it would affect fines for the municipality.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for staff to come back with a report on the fees, increasing them 5% or the greater of the inflation rate. Call the question. Those in favor? Motion carried. Continuing on with the building and planning, and Madam Treasurer.
So unless there's any further comment, I'll move forward to bylaw enforcement and parking. So this is on pages 26 through to 29. So overall, we're seeing a $57,590 increase. in this area. So the biggest impact of in relation to the budget is again salaries. So that's on line 81 with a $53,000 increase due to rate increases. On page 27, as was discussed a few minutes ago, I will just circle back to Colleen to talk about the parking meter revenues and the parking ticket revenues to see if there's any adjustment required. On line 123, legal fees, we did increase the amount of legal fees for this section, just based on historical averages. So in 2022, we spent about $17,000, so we have decreased that $25,000 budget. Overall, I would say that the biggest changes have to do with just the cost of snow clearing for the different parking lots, which is, quite expensive. And we've also, on line 221, increased the transfer to reserves from 15,000 to 20,000. So this money goes towards future repaving of parking lots as required, which we did drain that reserve with most recent projects that were included in the 2023 budget, which I believe was the Patterson lot. And, we continue to expect to need to do more work on several parking lots downtown. So that's just to provide a little bit of additional funding for those projects in future years. So that kind of concludes the bylaws section, unless there's any questions.
Maybe have Councillor Purcell and Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Treasurer, can you summarize all the legal fees under, I know they're split up in various different sections in terms of all the legal fees?
Mm-hmm.
What is the total number in terms of legal fees that we pay?
So through the chair, so I can, tomorrow, I'll add them all up.
Okay.
Because essentially, when we get our legal bills, we divide it up by, type of issue. So if it's related to, most of under bylaw, most legal relates to property standards issues. When we need to consult legal,
Yeah, just I
for
see it under
various
the mayors, I
orders.
see it under the councillors, I see it,
Yep.
Various different line items. I just wonder what that total would be, if we could just summarize all the legal fees for 2023, or sorry, for 2024, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Thank you.
Councillor Keel.
Ms. Soriel has confirmed that the parking fees are going up more than 5%. Also, the other thing that I want to make note is in terms of building and in terms of bylaw, we also have some cross-training going on with one of our bylaw enforcement officers so that they can do some building inspections and whatnot. And part of that is to both make sure that we have coverage, but it's also allowing us to keep some things, more things in-house. So there are some notional savings by doing some cross-training.
Councillor Purcell.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. I guess my question is also for bylaw officers. So typically, I know that they work Monday to Friday, I believe it is. Is there any opportunity to stagger those positions so that we have coverage over the weekends? And that's typically when we have some of these types of issues that happen, or extended hours, or flex hours, or some sort of opportunity to kind of expand those hours. Just because I think everybody's kind of got it in their heads that at 4 o'clock, there's no bylaw, even though we have bylaw individuals appointed that typically don't enforce the bylaws. They just send an email for the next business day, and by that time, the situation is remedied.
So I'll refer that question to the CEO.
Yeah, I know, so seasonally, we'll have some additional staff come on, so summer staff, and their hours are staggered, so we will do additional coverage. And then also with bylaw, they will stagger their hours for winter. I'm looking downtown and I'm not seeing any snow, so, but for snow removal and things like that. But in regards to staggering their hours from a 9 to 5 or 8 to 4. That has not been talked about. I can talk to the director about it, but I think we'd lose a little bit on another aspect of it. So, because they are busy just with the 8 to 4, so it would be looked at probably of adding staff, which we aren't looking at that at this time.
I'm just wondering if there's additional revenues that could be brought in terms of enforcing the bylaws, instead of working on a complaint basis process, also just looking to see how we can enforce some of the bylaws that we do already have in place. And in order to do that, you need to have the staff to do that on the off hours, not to say off hours. Evenings and weekends is typically, there's a lot more issues when it comes to bylaw infractions.
Madam Treasurer?
So just a bit of additional information. So there is currently opportunity to work on weekends. Our summer student does work on Saturdays as well as evenings. And there would be, based on some of the changes that were proposed to parking, an increase of $31,000 that would need to be added to the budget as additional revenue.
So, just a side note from the chair, I'm going to discuss, I think I brought it up last term, just in passing, speaking to the director, but automated parking, collection of data. There are apps you can use with iPhone or Android where you can scan the license plates instead of chalking the tires. It just makes it more efficient. So it might improve time, be more efficient for the staff, but I'll talk to her about that. Any other questions for the parking and the bylaw part of it? No? So do we want to circle back to the police board budget now, Madam Treasurer?
Sounds good. So we'll circle back to the police service board budget, which is on page 23. Overall, it's proposed to increase this budget by $26,550. And this increase is driven by an additional $18,000 of funding requested for additional security cameras, $4,750 for cameras, as well as $3,800 for hosting a police service board Zone 2 meeting on September 19th and 20th, which is already scheduled to take place. So and I will pass it over to the mayor to see if he has any additional comments.
Okay, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the treasurer. In terms of the Police Services Board budget, there's some amount in here for training and so forth. There is new legislation that was passed. Last online course, if you will, that I attended, they were speaking to all of us, but particularly the ones that will transition to the new board structure, such as TLV and others. So Petawawa remains the same, Pembroke remains the same. Council will recall that we remain the same, with the exception of there's a change in terms of appointments, in terms of how many are from the provincial appointments. In terms of savings, that sounds bad to say it that way, but in terms of complement of the Police Services Board, an individual passed, Mr. Montgomery, so he is no longer on the board. There is communication with the province in terms of the reappointment or what they're planning on doing there, but the longer, as in many different budget lines, the longer certain positions aren't filled, that means, it sounds bad saying it this way, but it means savings in terms of those different budget lines. The OAPSB, we are fortunate to be hosting the Zone 2 meeting. To my recollection, I can't even recall the last time we hosted the OAPSB here. It's sort of a mission to try and get more conferences here, because when these individuals are here and we facilitate getting them at our different eateries and so forth, they're spending dollars here. And in addition, we're doing our part to host one of these PSB meetings, which won't happen all the time, but like I said, I can't even remember the last time that it happened. So I can speak to that. In terms of cameras, council will recall there was an excellent presentation from the director who's here in terms of that went to the PSB, and then it came to council in terms of different cameras that we don't go around publicizing where they are, but there was a number of different additional cameras, and they are, to my understanding, and he can speak to it, that they are all operational. Some, the cameras being utilized for multi-purposes, some for a police board or policing perspective, and some being used or doubling to be used for operations perspectives, that sort of thing. So there is monies indicated in there so that we can become more efficient in terms of the city, become a much more secure city. But certainly the director could certainly speak to in terms of the operational savings by using cameras to tell how much snow is on the ground, as opposed to paying someone 3 hours to come in and assess whether or not there's enough snow on the ground to meet minimum safety standards and so forth. But very, all over the place. I get that. I wasn't expecting necessarily to speak to all the different items, but that's notionally what's going on in terms of that police services board budget.
Thank you, Mayor Gervais. So I have Councillor Purcell. Did you have your hand up? Okay, then that was from before. So Councillor Keel.
I won't go on at length. I was going to say most of what the mayor just said. To me, the additional security cameras, to me, is actually an investment and probably produces dollar savings. When we can have police looking at a camera and finding the individual instead of running around, doing, I don't want to call it an old time investigation, but any efficiency in their time means that they can get on to the next matter. And certainly the mayor already spoke of the operational savings. So certainly in this particular budget, I think $18,000 for additional security cameras might look like a big dollar figure, and I'm not saying that it's not, but I think it's actually quite a good investment. So I'll be happy to support that, and I thank the mayor and Councillor Lafreniere for giving us a pretty good PSB budget.
Speaking from the chair, I just want to thank the Police Services Board for the partnership they have with the Pembroke Community Watch Program. You've noticed all the signs downtown and all through Pembroke now. It's grown in the last 4 years. Mayor Gervais and I co-chair the program, and we're very appreciative of the partnership along with the OPP, and the money for the signage comes from this budget. Also, some of the printing costs come from this budget also. For example, at the Community Expo that we have every year at the PMC, flyers get printed and that. So just want the public to be aware of that partnership also. Councillor Lafreniere.
I can respond to that. I can respond to that. If you were following that Facebook post,
Yeah.
the gentleman actually owned up to it and said he intentionally took the poop shovel. Thank you.
Right. Okay, with that note, Councillor, or Mayor Gervais.
Perhaps, thank you, and perhaps a little less levity is that in terms of the Police Services Board, in terms of all the different initiatives, and one is the CamSafe program that I was talking to Councillor Keel about, and putting cameras all over your home and catching different things, which is why it's effective to have cameras. So I firmly believe in the cameras and have several on my home.
Okay.
You see how warm it is.
Well, yeah. Okay. Okay. So moving right along, that finishes that section. Next item, Madam Treasurer.
So we are going to skip ahead a little bit and just finish off with Ms. Royal's section. So the final section to talk about is development fees, planning, and zoning. So this is on page 63 of the detailed package. So overall, this budget is increasing by $42,220. So a few of the increases. So on line 26, we can see that salaries are increasing by $27,700. Part of the overall budget for planning, building, and bylaw is to backfill the position that was made, the unionized position that was made vacant with the appointment of Owen Hutton as a city planner. So the workload associated with this unionized position still exists. I know the director has worked very hard with her budget to try to mitigate the cost impact of backfilling that position because it is very important to her department from a succession planning point of view. And generally speaking, it is very difficult to hire planners. The county has had a vacancy for a planner for I don't know how long now. So it's very important to sustain the department long term. So she has worked at trying to generate some savings through workload changes. And as well, we soon should be at a point where we don't need an interim building inspector for large buildings. So these savings are estimated at almost the entire cost of the impact to this year's budget. So it would be roughly a $3,800 increase when you take these other factors into consideration into this budget. The other item on line 24, which I guess is worth mentioning just because we didn't really discuss it at the December 5 council meeting, is that the honoraria related to the planning committee hasn't changed in a very long time. So at some point, we should, potentially be looking at revisiting that compensation. So members currently receive $33.25 a meeting. The chair receives an extra $100 a year. And I know the report suggested, at least for council, a $200 per diem. So at some point, this year's budget, next year's budget, we should probably go and have a conversation about that and revisit that to ensure that, committee members are continue to be paid fairly for their time, and because this is a required committee of the city. On line 47, we do have to increase legal fees for planning and zoning. So we are suggesting to increase this budget from $12,000 to $25,000, and this is, reflecting the actual spending that's been occurring over the past few years related to planning and zoning issues within the city. And those, I guess, are the major highlights of the development fees, planning, and zoning budget. So I'll pass it back for comment.
Councillor Lafreniere?
Just through the chair, just to comment on the remuneration. I mean, we just went through that whole process. We had a committee set up to make recommendations to this council, which we decided to put off, and I believe we said it would be till the next election year, or I can't remember how many years, but we decided that we would just go with a COLA increase for council this year, but other committees and that were status quo for now. So I do believe that that's already been addressed in that meeting. So just to put that to bed. Thank you.
So does that affect the $2,100 increase?
No.
No? Okay. Any other questions, comments? No?
Okay. So we'll continue on from this section just to kind of wrap up, and then we'll circle back to roads and recreation. So the next section in this budget is economic development. So economic development starts on page 65 and ends on page 69. So overall, this budget is increasing by $60,585. Again, a driver of this is salaries with the salary cost of living increases on line 20. So I'll just draw your attention to the community improvement plan. So on line 44 on page 65, we are anticipating processing grants of upwards of $65,000 in 2024, but we're keeping the amount of funding that we make, budget to budget towards CIP grants the same. So we're kind of holding that as contributing $37,500 to the CIP program through the taxation budget. On the next page, 66, line 55, economic development partnerships. Staff is looking to increase this by $1,000 as it relates to collaborative workshops, trade shows, and networking events with our partners. Continuing on with our budget, I guess the next item to talk about is on line 92. So we do have some extra expenses this year to the tune of almost $10,000 related to the grant the city received for the business retention and expansion project. So half of the cost of this study and associated staff costs is covered by a rural economic development grant that the city received from the province, with the other 50% needing to be financed by the city in 2024. On page 68, in terms of marketing, overall, the tourism and culture budget isn't increasing overall. They're simply moving some budget towards a single marketing line and looking to update tourism videography, having a updated murals tour technology, as well as developing some storytelling content for the tourism site, as well as having a TripAdvisor strategy. Online 138 subscription and memberships. There is an increase of roughly $15,000. So this increase is related to a couple items, but primarily a public engagement tool. So we will again touch upon this when we talk about our IT plan, our IT modernization plan tomorrow, but sort of in the list of modernization projects coming up, we have a public engagement as a priority. We have records retention and a record management system, and we have a council meeting agenda, meeting minutes, council package type system as sort of three key priorities that are left on our modernization list. And, you know, given some of so we had public engagement as the last priority on this list. So in the 26-27 timeframe to implement. But given the issues that we're seeing over the past year between, you know, needing public feedback on possible transit options, needing public feedback on the, you know, pool and use of pool services, and as well, our next asset management deadline, you know, requires, so both in this year and next year, requires us to look at our levels of service and to engage the public with, you know, whether they feel our levels of service for different city services are adequate or not. I mean, certainly there's lots to indicate that we need to move public engagement up on this modernization list and perhaps push the other two down. So we are looking to do an RFI on possible engagement tools in 2024, and then look at some of the options that are out there. I am aware that the County of Renfrew recently implemented a product called Zen City, which looks interesting. So that might be one that we might want to take a look at. But with this will come some sort of annual maintenance cost, which we've added to the budget here. On line 140, website hosting and maintenance, we are anticipating a cost increase related to accessibility checking and licensing, which is a price increase. And I guess the last thing to talk about in this section is on page 69, and it sort of centers around line 149, line 162, and line 164. So staff are proposing that the city conduct a CIP study in 2024. So the purpose of this study would be to review our current categories and consider the addition of new categories. So how well is our program working right now? Are there some categories we should drop off the list? And are there new categories we should consider? And I don't know if you follow the City of Ottawa Council, but they're certainly looking at their CIP as a way to promote affordable housing. So we're thinking that that might be one that we'd want to take a look at from a city perspective. You know, from an emergency management point of view, having backup power, we feel is sort of an important factor to climate resiliency, as well as, ensuring that our economy can still function in the face of that. So I don't know if it's going to be possible to add it to the CIP as a category or not, but it's worth, I guess, at least looking into it. So we are looking to take the money that we have not spent on entrance signage of 30,000, as well as taking 10,000 from the CIP reserve to basically fund this $40,000 study. So this wouldn't have a tax impact, if we were permitted to use those two sources to fund the study. So I will leave it here and pass it back for any questions.
Councillor Lafreniere?
Sorry, one question on line, where's my mousey here? There we go. Line 141, and that is for the council meeting broadcast. The actual seemed awful low for last year. The budget is 14,000, and it was 14,000 last year, but the actual is less than 8,000. Would we not budget to actual, or when we went under last year, or is there something missing?
So through the chair, I would have to look at how much of the invoicing, like how up-to-date invoicing is, because we're usually a month or two behind
Okay.
in the actuals, because we'd still be processing November, December. So I don't
Okay.
know, like, where that falls in.
We'd
But
have to
as-
talk to the management of the person that runs the broadcast, so.
Exactly.
Okay, he is in the room, but I do not believe he cares to comment. But that's fine. Okay, thanks. I was just wondering, so it's just a little behind. Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Councillor Keel?
What are the targeted CIP campaigns for $2,000? 59.
Through the chair, so you're looking at the Google ads for ACTA website for 2,000, is that the one you're looking at?
The targeted CIP campaigns times 2,000? 59?
Yeah. Yep, I can review that and get back to you on that.
And then in terms of the apparent $40,000 CIP study, I don't know, how important do we think that is? And like, for example, if Ottawa's looking at theirs, can we steal somebody else's study and possibly get new ideas and whatnot? Like, $40,000 seems like a lot for seeing if we can come up with new ideas.
Yeah, through the chair, that's the estimate that, yeah, I don't know if you're asking a question to staff or asking a question broader to council, but in regards to staff, yeah, like we've reviewed it, we've talked to a couple other organizations, and that's the cost to do a review. In regards to doing it in-house, we just don't have the two individuals with economic and tourism just don't have the the resources to complete it in-house. If we could steal ideas and things like that, that would kind of be a piecemeal. The whole idea was to kind of look at the overall usage of our CIP program, see what is working, what's not working, tweak that, but then also look to add in, say, emergency generators or affordable housing, those thoughts. So,
I mean, I'm the emergency management side of things, for generators. I love our CIP program. I don't think I need a $40,000 study. I mean, I'd love to throw this to maybe one of our advisory committees and maybe come up with some of our own ideas. I can poke around some other municipalities if they have published studies of their own, but I would be inclined to not proceed with a $40,000 study.
Just before the next person speaks, point of information, is that 40,000 offset by the 30,000 for the signage?
So it's offset by the 30,000 and it's offset by the 10,000 contribution from reserves. So we would pay for it like from a combination of the two, so it wouldn't impact
The levy?
the levy, right?
Okay.
And the entrance signage, is that like up by like Best Western, like that entrance? Because that really, that needs some work. Like, I'm even less inclined to steal money from that, because that looks old and outdated and plain. So I'm gonna motion that we, how do I do it when we're stealing from reserves, Angela? Would it still just be deleting the 40, or?
Okay. So just to clarify, so the entrance sign, I think, was a new entrance sign, like from that you could see from the 17, I believe. And I'm looking over at the CAO.
Yeah.
Just for clarification on
Yeah,
that.
through the chair. No, that signage was the one that I thought would replace the one that was removed in front of O'Kenny's. Because to replace the sign that you're seeing on top of the hill, it's going to cost more than $30,000.
Which is why I'd be happy to leave money there to do that in a reserve. Have zero interest in replacing the one in front of O'Kenny's. I was thinking, and I thought maybe Councillor Frenier was thinking, that we're talking about our main Welcome to Pembroke sign, which needs help. I have no doubt that it wouldn't be $30,000, but in terms of the motion to remove this $40,000 study, I just want to make sure that I do the motion in a correct way, since this isn't just a taxation addition, this is moving stuff from reserves. So would it be a motion on all three lines to reset them, Madam Treasurer?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would just be to remove all three. Well, it's not necessarily in this section, but just to say that we're going to remove the budget impact of the CIP study from the 2024 budget, would
That's the
probably be the
motion I would make.
simplest.
Please?
So the motion would be to remove the financial impact of the CIP study from the 2024 budget.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Plummer?
Yeah, I'll second that on the basis we do have a successful CIP program at the moment that's the uptake is quite used quite a bit. We've seen all the additional renovations going on in our downtown and around the city. Certainly we can look to, as Ottawa is going to produce a study and look at affordable housing. That's something we could look at when they produce their new CIP and kind of get a hold of that and kick that to our advisory committee and have a look over and see if that's something we're even looking to going down the road for. So I think in this year we don't spend the $40,000, take it from reserves to spend that study.
Councillor Frenier and then Mayor Gervais.
If there's a motion on the floor, let's address that. My issue is with another line. So I'll do that after.
Mayor Gervais?
So my comments are in respect to the CIP, so I would agree with the motion. So there's been, and I know Councillor Plummer is aware from the emergency, I'm trying to remember the name of it, but the emergency committee, that there's some talk there in terms of a new CIP possible program. I know that I've talked to Ms. Sutherland about a couple other ideas, and basically, yes, looking at other municipalities saying, so what do you got going? And can we take anything from you that is of value? And there is some which I had spoken to her about. I'm getting the sense that perhaps that staff are concerned about the expertise in terms of doing it, but I have every faith in Ms. Sutherland and Mr. McEwen to, in their respective areas, and Mr. Lewis in terms of the emergency one, to come up with different things through the advisory committee. I think that there's some, in terms of determining whether certain CIP programs are working or not, I think from people are either doing uptake or they're not. So you can figure those out. And then as to the new ones, I think it's looking at other municipalities, what does it look like, how does it work, and so forth. I did, and I'm trying to remember who it was that I asked because I wasn't always on either the CIP committee or in terms of economic development, but whoever it was that I spoke to, I said, when the CIP program was being looked at and so forth, and Mayor LeMay was here, I said, how was that all developed? And my understanding is Ms. Salavera, together with other staff, put it together and so forth, and that committee, and brought it forward. It wasn't, as I understand it, a consultant or anything, so I can't see why we can't do it without the necessity of a consultant, because we already have the basis. It's just what's working, what's not, and how can we add to it. Thank you.
CEO, and then CEO will speak, and then Councillor Giacono.
Get my, there. So no, it's not in regards to capabilities. Yeah, our staff is more than capable to do it. It's basically a time. So if we're going to then redo the CIB program and allocate staff resources, then there's other stuff that staff won't be able to do. So it's not in regards to capability and expertise. And there's, well beyond that, but it's like, I think I've spoken to, I think majority of the councillors around the table that, yeah, it would be nice to even have a third person in that, general department and that. So yeah, there's lots of work to be done, and so that's the issue. Is not that the capability or expertise, but it's the staff resources. In
Councillor Frenier, or no, sorry, Councillor Giacono, then Councillor Frenier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the greatest faith in our staff as well. My only concern is when you make a further application for grants or funding, first thing they look at, have you used a consultant? Is there a PNG stamp attached to some of the recommendations? And I think that takes priority rather than recommendation coming from a municipal government for the same type of thing. So if you're, my only fear is if you're applying for additional funding based on recommendation, the consultant's recommendation with the province takes priority.
Okay, Councillor Frenier.
So here's a different way of looking at it, through the chair. If we're thinking about the CIP program and how we can reshape it or modernize it, it has been successful. We're looking at line 43 and 44, where we are budgeting 65,000 for grants for this year, and we're pulling 45,000 from reserves to put 110,000 into the CIPs for this year. Is that because, I'm sorry, maybe I missed this, I thought I caught the end of something saying that there is a certain amount of payout already that needs to be done in 2024 for work that was done in 2023? Can you just give me that information, and then I'll continue my train of thought?
Yeah, so just to clarify, so line, what are we looking? Line 44. So the budget for 2023 was 110,000, and we've only spent 40,000.
Right.
Now that's there could be some dollars still. So the idea is to reduce it for 2024 to $65,000 because we're not finding that we're getting the uptake of all the dollars. So that's what it is.
But we are also transferring from reserves 45,000. So it looks like we are going back up to 110. Am I correct?
No, it's not going back up. So the 45,000 is being taken out in the grants, and that would be, is that what's shown on line 43, Angela?
Kind of confusing.
So just to clarify,
Yes,
so overall, we're expecting to pay out 65,000 in grants.
okay.
So some of that is requests that were already approved, but we haven't received the final paperwork to actually distribute the funds. And some of it's for new applications we're expecting to receive, but applications have been decreasing. So this is also prompting a suggestion to take another look at it. So for the $65,000, $37,500 is going to come from taxes, as it has in previous years, And the balance of funding of 27,500 is going to come from the CIP reserve that we
Okay.
have.
My train of thought was that maybe we need to pause the program and reshape it for 2025. If we're thinking of reshaping the program, why don't we pay out what we owe for projects that have already been completed or that invoices are being issued, and announce that we are reshaping the program and we look forward to applications, coming in 2025 with a new program. I mean, if staff, and I understand that staff can't do the research on moving this program forward when they're busy doing grant applications for the existing program. So if that be the way it is, let's reduce the responsibilities and say, let's focus on reshaping the program so that they're not busy doing all the logistics of the grants coming in. And that way, at least, you're not giving them more responsibility, you're replacing it with a new one. And so that's my thought. CIP is a success, so we can boast its success. And I know what you're saying, oh, let's not do that because it's there. But we pause, we revisit it, we reshape it. So and that saves us going to a consultant, gives the time, to staff. So that would be my suggestion. And then, then we have a little extra cash in that fund. I wouldn't say take that money out of there, just place that back in the reserve so that when we've reshaped the program, we've got that money in reserve to continue the program.
Councillor Plummer?
Mr. Chair, I suggest we vote on the motion at hand as to if we're removing the 40,000 for the study, and then we could discuss program changes after that.
I just want to comment from the floor, from the chair. I like the affordable housing component, but I think that can be accomplished through different advisory groups and community groups and going to Roma and finding out different information from AMO. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to, can you read the motion again, please? What's the motion? To
Okay, so I might not remember it exactly.
not stress, to remove the 40,
Well, just to remove the impact of the 40,000
Right.
CIP study from the 2024 budget.
okay, those in favor? Motion carried. Next, yes, Councillor Frenier.
So now to discuss what I just
Yes.
presented.
Yeah.
Because we want to move forward with some type of reshaping of the CIP and to take those other facts into consideration, housing and things like that, I'm suggesting that we reshape it. We keep those dollars, but we put them into a reserve. So simply transfer a certain amount of dollars into reserve when we reinitiate this program. CAO wants to comment.
CAO?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. So in regards to pausing the program, so on average, we do 5 applications per year. So that's not going to give us enough time. There's lots of other stuff that that department is responsible for. So like the idea of pausing the program, that would give you enough time to kind of put a new program together, that doesn't give you enough time. There'll be other stuff that in the economic development portfolio that would have to be paused also.
Further to that.
Yeah.
We have advisory committees, we have the economic development, and I believe that's where the CIP came from. Possibly, they could be tasked, maybe, to look at that in conjunction with staff. Just a question, so.
That's a question for, who's the committee chair for economic advisory? You're on economic advisory, right?
Perhaps if this moves it along.
Yeah.
I understand what the CAO is saying is that it's not going to free up necessarily enough time. My other point, though, would be is 5 applications is 5 applications. It's that much better for the city of Pembroke in the sense of we've received reports before in terms of the rate of return, and it's huge. So I wouldn't necessarily favor pausing anything. I think it's the advisory group working together with Ms. Sullivan, and I get what staff is saying is we're taxed in terms of, we only have so much resources, which if our emphasis, and I would hope that one of our emphasis or one of our goals is economic development, it may be at some future time when you're looking at, well, do we need added bodies? Maybe you need an added body in terms of economic development. But in the meantime, I see nothing wrong with Mr. McEwen, Ms. Sutherland, together with the advisory groups, because it's not totally redoing the program. There's a number of the different ones that are working quite famously, but maybe there's other ones that aren't being necessarily utilized, so you could drop them off. And then the other ones, and I hate to say it this way, but it's stealing them from other municipalities. You see on their website they do this, and then you make contact. That's what I do, is I contact other municipalities. Why are you doing this, and how are you doing that, and how good is it? And then they let you know, and it's like, okay, well, and then you use them. So, I don't know.
Thank you. Okay.
It's a conversation for another meeting.
Yeah, another
Thank
meeting.
you.
Yeah, another time. So we're still on economic development, Madam Treasurer. We have a break in 5 minutes.
So unless if there's no other questions, we can quickly move on, or is there more questions?
Okay, yes, I see my friend,
Sorry, I just
Councillor
like to
Purcell.
back
You have a
up.
question?
Yeah.
Comment?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to back up, if we can just kind of go back to, sorry, I missed an opportunity here under planning zoning, under page 63. Again, under legal fees, the increase of 13,000 from actual. So actual was $25,000 last year, doubled. I guess my concern is why did it double when we only had a 0.5% growth in terms of overall assessment for 2023? So I'm just concerned in terms of, like, why did it double? Why did those fees actually double in 2023? Which increased the budget because we go by actual for 2024 to an additional $13,000. Again, at a 0.5, I'm going back to the presentation here in terms of a 0.5. So it tells me, it's kind of pointing me in a couple of different directions. Is it the uncertainty of junior staff that are utilizing the legal services? Is it, what is the reason for the utilization of all these legal services?
So I'm just trying to think of how I can say this, because it is, related to specific legal issues for, specific subdivisions and sort of the Planning Act and that kind of thing. So if there's concerns about whether the Planning Act is being followed, this can take, obviously, some legal defense time. So it's more about, I think, complaints from the public, perhaps, that are driving some of at least the actual costs and specific cases related to that, and not like just general consultation related to planning matters.
I guess my question, are those one-time types of issues, or we foresee these ongoing through 2024?
So I'm not familiar if the one particular matter I'm thinking about has been closed yet or not, because I know that has been driving some of the increases. But I think the CIO is looking at me. He wants to say something.
Yeah, so through the chair, some of this is driven up by council. So last year was a very challenging time of year for staff, and so staff wanted to ensure that we were bringing the best advice possible back to council. And so a lot of times we would not normally go to legal, but in some cases we said, no, just to make double sure, because of council's questions, we've gone to legal. So
And that's strictly for planning?
That's strictly for planning and development.
So
Yeah,
it
it's
so it didn't
strictly,
include the $8,000 in terms of the dollars that were spent for the complaint that was against myself?
no, this is not related to your complaint at all.
Oh, okay. So that's just getting at in terms of where these additional dollars were. Okay.
We've got 2 minutes till break time, so any other questions for the treasurer? Or any discussion on this, on economic development? Seeing none, we'll break now. We'll come back at 2 o'clock. Welcome back to our 2024 Finance Committee budget deliberations. We'll continue with Madame Treasurer.
Okay, so there's just a few more small items to talk about before we circle back to, I believe, the roads department. So again, just to quickly touch on transit, the reserve balance is roughly 300,000. We did table a report at the November 21st meeting where we were going to talk about possibly doing a public opinion survey and a planning study, but I'm aware that the deputy mayor would like to talk about a few other options. So we will be bringing a report back on January 16th. But certainly the amount of money that's in the reserves should be sufficient for anything that might be anticipated for 2024, at least as far as I know right now. So moving on, we have already talked about county and shared services quite a bit, so I won't sort of belabor that point other than to say that I will go back and just make sure, like if there are better numbers to use, I will make that update for the February 2nd meeting. We do have a few other small increases, but not more than $2,000 related to our MPAC bill and the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association. So the last item before we circle back to roads is storm sewer. So there was a slide on that. So starting in 2023 with our new TLV water sanitary sewer agreement, we did. Okay, so that is on page 71. No problem. So starting in 2023, last year, we did move storm sewer into its own fund. And as a temporary measure, we did finance it through the pre-TLV agreement reserves. But we do need to start incorporating this into our taxation budget. So we will, over the next couple budget cycles, do that. So our taxes are increasing by $51,740 as we begin to do that. Certainly into the future, we may look at whether or not we should have a storm water levy and rate similar to other municipalities. But in the meantime, we do need to get our heads wrapped around what's really needed to properly manage storm sewer in the city. And so there are two planning studies that are included in the 2024 budget, the infrastructure planning study and a flow restriction feasibility study. And I might just pass the mic over to our Director of Operations, Mr. Lewis, to perhaps give a brief description of what those two studies entail.
Through the chair, thank you, Madam Treasurer. The infrastructure needs study related to storm sewer is basically to deal with our existing choke points. So we've got areas within the city that are older and they've got smaller diameter storm sewers. As the city grew, years and years ago, as the city grew, storm sewers were added, all funneling down to a smaller diameter storm sewer. So we've got choke points at various locations in the city. We've got low areas, various locations in the city that a lot of drainage goes to, and it can't get away quick enough, and we're ending up with urban flooding. So we had through a grant program, we did have a study done to identify those choke points. Now we need to do a study to determine what we're going to do with those choke points and how we're going to remediate that. Without going in and taking an entire catchment area and ripping everything up and putting all new stuff in the ground, there may be other opportunities to deal with the stormwater management. So that, infrastructure planning study and the flow restriction feasibility study is kind of one in the same. There is the opportunity to restrict flows in various locations so that you can hold stormwater and let it deal with itself over time rather than everything rushing out to the Ottawa River at the same time. So that's what those two studies are. A number of municipalities are doing similar type of studies. Climate change, of course, is a big factor. And as well, when you look at a flow restriction, it's can you divert flow to do something else? For example, in the downtown core where we've got urban street trees, is there a possibility to divert that stormwater into a system that will actually water the tree. So you're not sending all that water out flowing to the Ottawa River. You may be able to use it for other purposes. So that's what those two studies are about, to get a handle on what we're doing with stormwater and stormwater management.
Any other questions on the storm sewer section? Okay, moving along.
Okay, so circling back to the roads department. So this means we have to go back in the package to page 30. So the roads section is from page 30 to 38. So overall, the roads budget is increasing by $213,444. So there is a significant amount of staff that are attached to the roads department. So again, a good chunk of that increase is related to cost of living, benefit cost increases and the like. Certainly included in this budget and spread out in a few different places is the staffing request for a new roads patrol personnel. So in the budget, again, so this has been budgeted with an April 1st start, and including benefit costs, the budget impact for this position this year is $70,664. So that's within the overall roads budget section. I guess drawing your attention to a few other items in this section on page 31, item 74. Their insurance is going up by a little bit based on the most recent tender results that we received. On page 117, page 32, line 117, you can see that the garage and yard maintenance budget is decreasing by $35,000, and that's related to a transfer of funds between the roads kind of operations department and the city hall budget to help out the city hall with some of her maintenance issues. So thank you very much. On the next page, page 33, line 160, you will see an increase of roughly $20,000, so $20,900. And this is related to vehicle monitoring software. So we have been attempting to procure this vehicle monitoring software for a while now. So there are some annual costs associated with that monitoring system. And this does assist the municipality in managing our liability, particularly when there's accidents and incidents and insurance claims. On line 171, under bridge maintenance contract, we are looking to spend an additional $5,000 on this line, and this budget is going to be used for fencing at the Mary Street Bridge, guide rails at Bennett Street, as well as some OSUM requirements. Skipping ahead a little bit to the page 36, we are certainly still seeing the impact of price increases. So we are anticipating that salt is going to cost us an additional $26,600 in this budget cycle. On the next page, on line 411, for the tree dump, we are expecting to spend more on contract costs to clean up the site, and that would include, so we're anticipating spending $45,000 on chipping, grinding, and hauling just to clean that out. And we do share those costs between this budget, the recreation budget, and the water sewer budget. So that's what the recovery of cost line is all about, just above it. From an asset management point of view, on page 38, line 434, contract costs, you do see an increase there of $13,100. So this is related to a modernization initiative that the operations department is undertaking regarding a work order system. So we did have some grant funding at one time to help support this modernization, but there is ongoing annual costs associated with a work order system that we'll have to take on. And on line 458, the transfer to reserves, we are seeing an increase in contribution required to the fleet reserve of $26,766. So I'll pause here and pass the floor back for any questions.
Do we have any questions? What line was the new position on?
So I would say that's part of, the bulk of it is under page 30, line, the section that starts on line 23, full-time salaries.
And what was the amount again?
So so the amount that's included in the 2024 budget on my side, which is the position would start April 1st, given the time of year that we are, that it would be $70,664. So that's salary and benefits together. So that would be on multiple lines in this budget.
And then for next year, what would it be?
So not including cost of living, so based on this year's grid, the total cost including benefits would be $94,233.
Councillor Frenier?
So, something that came to me during election, over a year ago now, and it has been brought up many times, is the sidewalks in the city. Some areas have sidewalks, some have no sidewalks. There are heavily trafficked streets that don't have any sidewalks on either side. Easterly on Alfred, and brought to my attention around school zones and things of that nature. And I know that going forward that the school boards are looking at reshaping what their bus service looks like. In other words, students in the near future, at a young age, are going to be expected to walk further than they do at the present time. And I know this because my granddaughter lives with me, and I didn't have a bus at the beginning of this year, so I made some calls to the consortium and the representatives, and they had said that they are actually looking at cutting back, and that perhaps 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds are going to be expected to walk further, which is quite a young age nowadays. Maybe not when we were 5, we were expected to walk to school in a blizzard, but times have changed. Cars go faster, people are texting, there's a lot more hazards on the road. So I would love to see the city start to develop zones that are within a certain distance of a school so that you at least have one sidewalk. And I know this is an expensive proposition, but I think we need to, going forward, have a sidewalk plan. Because although, you know, transportation to and from school has never really been a municipal responsibility, keeping our roads and citizens safe is. And so I would love to see a reserve start to be built around sidewalk implementation, so that we at least have, within a certain radius of the schools, especially the elementary level schools, have some safety, you know, on their way to school. So I don't see it here, and I just want to open that up to other council members for discussion, that maybe we should start looking at that, because I know that is the direction. They're having a hard time getting bus drivers, things of that nature. So anyway, that's something out there I'd like to see happen. And so new sidewalk construction as a separate component in our budgets, and looking at starting to gradually do a little every year. Thank you.
So I had Councillor Plummer, then Councillor Keel.
In the plan is this year in the capital, I believe, section to increase our sidewalk budget. So it's actually doubling from last year. So therefore, if if you know, 5 blocks of sidewalk was completed this year, so the anticipation will probably be close to 10 blocks of sidewalks to be completed. And also, the city has been on a program where they replace one good side of sidewalk, and then if the other that is have both sides of the street has sidewalks, the other poor side would be removed, therefore reducing the maintenance costs as well, because we do have to, every sidewalk we put in, we have to plow. So understanding that way that the more sidewalks you put in, the more maintenance is required for the winter. So there is a sidewalk program in place, and the plan is to increase the removal and restoration of sidewalks going forward.
Just further to that, is one of the criteria when you look at which sidewalks you're going to fix or build, how close it is to an elementary school?
So I don't have that plan in front of me at the moment, but I would direct that to the director of operations. But I would say that your sidewalk program should be connecting of sidewalks and not islanding sidewalks. So if there's a section, say, I know over on Our Lady of Lourdes, there's not a lot of sidewalks over there, but there's a long distance to get there. So if you put a sidewalk just there, where do you connect that to? So the idea is, you want to make sure you can actually connect sidewalks. But also, we do some repaving, and they have been making the streets wider and paving wider in the shoulders, giving people more area to walk on a hard surface. So, but if the director has anything to say.
Councillor Keel. Oh, Mr. Lewis.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Further to the Chair of Operations, Councillor Plummer, we do try and ensure that there's sidewalks in and around the schools, but connectivity is very, very important. Deadheading a sidewalk machine is very expensive. To go from looking at Lourdes, Pembroke Street East is the closest sidewalk to Lourdes, and deadheading off of Pembroke Street East up to Lourdes to do a sidewalk that may circle that one block and then all the way back down to Pembroke Street is costly. And it also takes time off of where that sidewalk machine is on a primary street, Pembroke Street, for example. We've now left that street and we've gone to another location, understanding that maintenance of a sidewalk near a school is extremely important. It's also important on a busy street like Pembroke Street. So connectivity is extremely important. We do look at the sidewalk program. We do try and ensure that we've got sidewalks in and around the school zones. As Councillor Plummer has mentioned, we are also looking at doing paved shoulders, as we did on Everett Street. We're doing on Bennett Street, locations like that. We did the same thing on Bell Street at the 2 schools there, so that we can allow for walking on a hard surface. Maintenance of a paved shoulder is by wing of plow, and we don't necessarily have to go there with a sidewalk machine, so it's a bit more efficient and still get a pedestrian surface. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's rather ironic that schools are recognizing that they can't get bus drivers. It's going to be a shortage of buses. So let the kids walk, let them eat cake, so to speak, I guess. And in the interim period, it comes back to us and falls on us. To me, education and safety go hand in hand, and that should be the school's responsibility. In earlier days, they had school patrollers. When I was a kid, there was a guy with a white belt and a sign, a senior student, and he gathered all the little ones together and they walked along the sidewalk and took them as far as they could go, closer to their homes for safety. That may have to be reinstituted. I think the city had a couple at one time under the police board that we don't have, and that was dissolved. So perhaps if the school board is, reducing their costs, they could probably give some of the 50% that they receive in taxpayers' dollars back to the community to have programs such as this nature, or to help build sidewalks across the community. That could be a request that goes through the Minister of Education. Fair is fair. Children are everyone's concern, and safety is prominent. It's rather ironic, but we have to have sidewalks in place. And as the Chair of Operations said, or Director rather, excuse me, You just can't have an island of a sidewalk and then you got to travel 2 miles to plow the next one. It cannot happen. Sensitivity should be to those sidewalks in the school areas, but I think that cost should fall on the back of the boards of education and of the Ministry of Education.
Councillor Lafreniere, then Councillor Keel.
Yeah, just final comment. I understand the connectivity issue, and actually, most of the residents that brought this to me did live in the Rosewood, Alfred, Belmont area, where there are no sidewalks, I don't believe, and some of the ditches in the corners are quite steep. So there could be, that would be a smooth flow if you came off Pembroke Street and up Rosewood and then possibly along Alfred and up, at least it gives them a safe passage. But anyway, thank you. I'm glad that it is being looked at. I was just wondering if it was new construction around schools, not just repair work. Thank you.
Councillor Keel.
I'm going to jump in with Councillors Lafreniere and Jacquinot. I mean, that was strangely enough, there weren't many times during the campaign that I had somebody rush out of the house down the driveway to say, oh, I just missed you, but I have a concern. And for me, it was on Elizabeth Street, and it was sidewalks to go to Champlain. That was one of the few times, honestly, that, a voter literally ran after me to want to talk about an issue, and didn't just nod and hope that I would move off their property quickly. So I think at the end of the day, what I'm hearing, certainly from Mr. Lewis, is that the schools are taken into as a factor. But with respect to Councillor Jacquinot's comment, I mean, it's, I don't mind sitting here saying that, maybe it's time for us to have his worship go meet with the school board and say, your busing whatnot is causing us concerns. I know they're not eschewing their jurisdiction. Some of it is they can't find bus drivers, but at the same time, they can't just then expect us to pick up the problem. So perhaps it is a time to see if we can find a partnership and maybe a lobbying partner. Well, it looks like his worship wants to speak on it. But on a different note, to change, you know what? I won't change tabs quite yet. Maybe if you can come back to me, because I assume his worship wants to speak on this issue.
If I may, Mr. Chair, in relation to the one particular school, under Mayor LeMay and now underneath myself, there have been discussions with the school board in respect to requests to put sidewalks around the school, but every time it's, okay, so what percentage or what are you willing to contribute before this gets sent to council? And it is no. There's also been talk about if you get into that neighborhood across from Lourdes Church, there's a path owned by the city of Pembroke. We own the right-of-way, if you will. Individuals, and don't ask me who, I don't stand there watching, but individuals, there's clearly a path in that area that are going across. So they're coming across to get to, I'm trying to recall if that's Melton Street or Noack, but anyways, they're trying to get to the away from the school again and cut through. And again, I had a discussion with one of the individuals of the board and said, so, okay, you want this and you wanted it from Mayor LeMay, but what are you willing to offer? And again, none. So it's like, well, I'm not bringing it to council then because I don't, you're not even willing to meet us part way on this. And that seems to be the experience. And I understand their comments, just as we're saying, well, it's an education thing because that's where the school is and that's where the kids are. They throw it around saying, well, you're the ones in charge of your streets and your sidewalks, so it's really your issue. And it's like, no one wants to play nicely in the sandbox.
Councillor Keel.
So on the separate issue of this new operations employee.
Rose Patroller.
There we go. I was going to get there eventually. I mean, I understand the position that Mr. Lewis is taking, and he actually wrote a very good memo on his asks, and I appreciate that. At the same time, it's one of the more costly additions, just as we discussed. A deputy fire chief would be a fairly costly one. my thought is, just as we told the fire chief, this might not be the right year. I'm not entirely sold on the road patroller job description as being critical in light of this critically high budget. So I'm wondering perhaps, just as I did with the fire chief, perhaps I'll just throw the floor to you, Mr. Lewis, to try and talk me into it, because otherwise I'm inclined to bring a motion to chop that full-time position as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Risk management and risk mitigation. That's what this position is all about, is risk management and risk mitigation. So one of the duties of this new position would be to do health and safety checks at all our construction sites, both internal, being our in-house construction sites for the health and safety of our own employees, but as well on contracted sites. So the recent decision in the Sudbury case, where the city of Sudbury was charged with the death of a pedestrian on a job site. The job site was controlled by the contractor. The contractor was the constructor, as far as the contract was concerned. Through numerous appeals, it turns out that Sudbury has been held liable for that death. I don't think the city wants to go down that path, because a death on a job site is going to be extremely, extremely expensive. The other issues is the minimum maintenance standards. So we have been adhering to the minimum maintenance standards for a number of years. They've added several different sections to the minimum maintenance standards, which require additional items that need to be checked and inspected for on a regular basis. One of the big things, and we all understand the liability of a trip and fall on a sidewalk, whether it be winter and it's a slip and fall on ice, or whether there's a trip ledge and somebody trips on the sidewalk, falls, and hurts themselves. It's extremely costly to the corporation. The CAO may want to speak to the number of claims. The treasurer may want to speak to the insurance issues related to it, but claims are often, frequent, and they can be quite costly. So there's numerous minimum maintenance standards items that I have in the memo that this position would be reviewing. And as I mentioned, it's risk management and risk mitigation. If we can mitigate the risks by having a patroller notice a defect, report it immediately, control the defect, whether that means immediately putting a barricade or a barrel or something like that, putting a work order in and getting the thing done, we can prevent those risks from becoming a claim against the city. So that's one of the big things. The other issues that seem to be becoming more and more prevalent, our legal society being what it is now, people tend to want to claim or lay suit a lot quicker than they used to, is with traffic. So traffic control, intersections, and mitigating the potential for risks with accidents at an intersection or accidents on a road with a curve, those type of things. So there's additional work that needs to be done in road audits. I've been taking a lot of courses on risk management, risk mitigation, and municipal liability related to traffic, and it's getting larger and larger. So that's what this position is for. I think it's an extremely, extremely important position, and I believe it's going to save the corporation in the long run. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So I have the CEO, Mr. Unruh, then Councillor Jacquino to speak. CEO?
Yeah, so, again, this is up to council to decide if this position stays or goes, but just a kind of comment in regards to the director. So in regards to claims, yeah, one of the biggest claims that come across my desk are slips and trips on sidewalks. And so I'm a huge advocate for creating our city to be walkable, and one of the things would be to ensure that we do have good sidewalks. So the one thing that I would add to the conversation is just say, so if we're adding this position, also be respectful that we do need to then not only identify the issue, but we got to mitigate it or fix it. So additional dollars would have to be put in place in regards to mitigating. As Councillor Plummer mentioned, that the budget for sidewalks has doubled, and that's probably not enough. This will be great position to identify defects, but we do really make sure that we, have a walkable city, that residents do feel comfortable on our sidewalks. So, so I just wanted to make sure that we're aware that, that's one of the things that comes across my desk a lot is these claims. Two, that we identify them, we have to be in a position then also to pay for the repairs and that additional cost.
Thank you, Councillor Jacquinot, then Lafreniere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Director of Operations. Who does it now? Anybody?
Through you, Mr. Chair, right now it's done by a number of different employees. It's done by the road supervisor, it's done by the subforeman, and it's also done by our qualified staff. When I say that, it's not a designated job, it's when you're en route to another job, you need to be cognizant of the fact that you're looking at a number of different things as you're doing that drive. We can all understand that the employee doing that is also thinking about the project he's going to and what he's going to be doing when he gets to that project, and not necessarily being cognizant of every single thing that he's looking at. But it is tasked to all our roads employees to be looking for those type of things. So at present, we do not have anyone.
So, if
Specifically.
I may add, a contractor doing a road construction, I've seen them on Nelson Street, 4 people, 2 directing traffic, 2 at the stop, go slow. Are we responsible to advise them that they're not in a safety position, or is that the Ministry of Labor, whoever, if they're breaking some sort of safety rule? Is that our role as a municipality, or do they as a contractor take on the responsibility to provide, a safe working area? And also, they must be liable if somebody gets hurt on their project, or does that come back to us, or does everybody get sued?
I'll have the CEO.
Yeah, I'll throw out a response, and then certainly the director will correct me if I'm misspeaking. It's unfortunate with this Sudbury case, and that has been the feeling is that you do hire a contractor, and then they are responsible for the health and safety on their site. And that's why you see a lot of times when through a contract site that they will fence it off. So that will be their zone. However, with the Sudbury case, it was indicated through the deliberations, and the outcome was that the city was held liable, even though they had a contractor, even though they had another consultant on there. In regards to what that looks like for the city and for this position, you wouldn't be on the site 24/7, but it's maybe checking their safety records, so it's really, I think, on the onus of the owner, and so this is not just for municipalities, it's for anyone, but on an owner that a contractor that you're hiring does have the proper health and safety policies, and to just check to make sure that they have something, they're doing what they say, and they have the documentation to back that up. So I'm not sure if the director wants to add anything else.
Lewis?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the only thing I would add is as the owner, it's the municipality's responsibility to ensure that the contractor is doing what they're told and what they need to do. The Ministry of Labor is ultimately responsible in laying fines if they aren't, but it's our responsibility to ensure, as the owner, that they're doing what they need to do. As Mr. Unruh says, liability eventually will come back to us, and the Sudbury case has proven that it will come back to the municipality. Even though they are the constructor, it is their construction site, it's their responsibility, we need to oversee all of it.
Okay, so Councillor Friendly, then Councillor Purcell. and then we'll move on.
So, other than the site infections, other than the site inspections and the road traffic control work, I mean, I know that's obvious how that would be done, but how would this individual monitor slip and fall hazards like a crack or an unlevel sidewalk or a pothole or different issues? Would they be on foot patrol? Like, I mean, when it comes to things like that, usually it's something that isn't known until someone puts in a claim that they tripped over that crack on Horace Street or wherever. So I'm just wondering, like, how would that mitigate those types of issues? I mean, the larger ones are easier, I mean, to control, but those, would they be on foot patrol or like?
So again, I'll just try to answer it quickly, and then the director will correct me. But as far as I'm aware, the minimum maintenance requirement is that there is an annual inspection of the sidewalks. And so, yeah, the lack of a better term, they're walked. And so an inventory has to be done, and any deficiency has to be logged. And so, but I think the director can add a little bit more to that.
And further to that, before Brian answers, I'll ask something else that he needs to answer too. So then would we need to amend the contracts that we award to the different companies saying that they must comply to any demands by this officer of the city? Like, would that also be part of it?
Through the chair, I'll answer your second question first, if
Okay.
I can.
Yes.
Our contracts already state that they must follow all those rules. That's the way our contracts are written. What we will do, if we arrive on a job site and we see something that we feel is not following the proper rules and the regulations and the laws, we will provide a stop work order. We will tell the contractor, you must stop work, and you must deal with the situation that we've noted. If not, then we're getting on the phone and we're calling the Ministry of Labor, and we're going to bring the Ministry of Labor in to deal with the situation. But a stop work order would be immediately put to cover that. Going back to your first question regarding walking of the sidewalks, yes, we do walk the sidewalks. And it's not just the sidewalk anymore. The minimum maintenance standards have been expanded to now include the zone on either side of the sidewalk. If you're walking down the sidewalk and there's a groundhog hole that might be in the grassed area along the sidewalk, it is a liability as well. Somebody could wander off the sidewalk, step into that, roll an ankle, and we're going to have a claim. So it's not just the sidewalks and going through for cracks. As Mr. Unruh said, once a year you have to walk your sidewalks. You have to note all your deficiencies. You have to put a plan in place on when you're going to deal with those. The minimum maintenance standards have a set schedule on how long you have before you correct the deficiency. So with a sidewalk, yes, they may move a little bit in frost, but a deficiency will happen and it won't change quickly. Now that the exterior edge of the sidewalk is now part of this, it does change frequently. You could end up with a hole in the grassed area of the sidewalk that wasn't there last week, but now is there. So the frequency of us inspecting the sidewalks is going to be greater. Regarding potholes, every single street in the city of Pembroke has to be patrolled on a regular basis based on a schedule that's in the minimum maintenance standards, and it's based on the classification of the roads. Some of them every 3 days.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Purcell?
Kind of got some background in this type of stuff in terms of health and safety, which is kind of interesting. So you're right, you can't contract out your liability. So you're still always going to be held liable or potentially held liable. The only thing that you can do to defend yourself is demonstrate your due diligence. When it comes to due diligence, that's when it's really important to assess the contractor's safety records, to, assess their proper training. Are they qualified to perform the work activities? And also monitor, in some cases, you're not directing the type of works activities, otherwise then you're considered the contractor. But to monitor the activities, if you see something that's unsafe, to make it safe through notification to the right individual that's on that job site. But you do not tell somebody like, hey, that's unsafe, come down from that ladder. That person falls, listening to your advice, then you are part of that liability. So that being said, I do see the importance in terms of this position. I honestly do. I'll give you an example. The advisory committee for accessibility, we have some individuals that have vision impairment, and they utilize the signals at the crosswalks and the audible signals that are available. Well, we checked out about 3 or 4 different intersections, and we found deficiencies in each one of them, where the actual button is actually stuck, where it doesn't actually operate. So these are the types of things. We see snow piled up in terms of the grates, the traction grates that you cross over. We see snow build up that cause these trips and slips and all these other types of issues. And it's not to diminish the type of work activities that you guys are doing in terms of your snow removal, but these are some of the things that when you look at it, you go, that's got to be removed. That's an issue. The crosswalk here in front of Scotiabank, the Pride crosswalk, big pothole. I think you got an email from me in terms of there's a big repair that needs to be done there. I saw somebody trip and fall in summertime at that various walkway. So I see the importance, and I see how it really kind of demonstrates our due diligence in terms of ensuring the safe work. And you are correct. An incident on a job site, such as what happened in Sudbury, where the individual was backing up a piece of equipment and ran over a child, I believe it was. I think it was a child there, or was it another worker? No, it was a pedestrian. Pedestrian? Okay. Pedestrian. That's significant because they didn't have somebody there to assist in terms of backing up that equipment. They didn't have a spotter. And they probably didn't demonstrate their due diligence because they didn't ask that contractor in terms of their safety procedures associated with backing up heavy equipment, that the requirement is that you need a spotter. So these are the types of things I think that we really need to think about. Also, you probably see me harping about legal costs associated with operations of our municipality. Again, at what point do we start looking at internal legal resources specific to our municipality, where we could have a dedicated resource that could provide services, address these types of issues, such as the ones that are hitting your desk, that can address disability management issues, that can address contract issues. And I know I've come from a background where we actually had in-house resources to support that, and I think we're getting to that point because I think there's opportunity to utilize that individual for multiple different issues. We saw it today, we were talking about the CIP. There's not enough resources for the, for our staff to investigate in terms of opportunities for CIP. Maybe because, they're doing other things that maybe we could have another internal resource do. So I think, we're just talking about this one position, but maybe we need to start looking at, our staffing and seeing that we're staffed in the right locations and identifying opportunities to reduce the risks, reduce some of the spends that we have, and really kind of focus on, how do we spend our dollars wisely, getting the best bang of our buck, and also to share those resources. Maybe we don't have a full-time resource, maybe we share it with the county. There's an opportunity there to kind of look at various different arrangements. But I think in this particular situation, when we're talking about the roads patroller, when I coming into this budget, I thought, okay, that'd be one of the positions that I would cut, would be that. But I think, the more I think about it, the condition in terms of our sidewalks, our streets, I saw a sidewalk that was built on Bell Street that goes down to River Road. Nobody uses that. Why did we put a sidewalk there? Like, why? Because we built the road? Like, we repaved the road, but we put a sidewalk there that nobody uses. Takes you to River Road. There's nobody that goes down River Road. Nobody goes there. I never see anybody walking there. But then the year before, or 2 years before, on Cecilia Street, between Bell and Irving, heavily used, not extended out in terms of the pavement, but there's no sidewalks there. So I think we just got to start doing the things better that we do, really think them out. Instead of investing in a sidewalk there that kind of goes down a hill, for what purpose? I don't know what it connects. It doesn't really connect anything. But, you know, and starting investing in terms of the areas that we have some of those higher issues and bigger issues. And I think this is one of those positions that could give us the feedback so that we can make more informed decisions and not spend, I don't know, how much money would that sidewalk cost? Just a ballpark, just for conversation purposes.
The
The sidewalk on Bell Street that goes down to River Road, that was just,
15,000, off the top of my head, about 15,000. I travel River Road, through you, Mr. Chair. I travel River Road on a regular basis because my office is there, and the amount of use since we put that sidewalk in is huge. I have witnessed lots of people using that sidewalk, connected from River Road to
Bell.
from River Road to McKay Street at the hospital.
Yep.
It's used frequently.
I beg to differ because I live in that area and I'm there, you know, a lot. But that being said, I just think that there's a utilization in terms of a sidewalk that could have been, you know, repurposed elsewhere, maybe even near a school zone, you know, improve an area that makes it a little bit more walkable for those individuals to go between and to get students back and forth to school or from old age home to old age home. But I think, you know, there's just, again, there's an opportunity to utilize that individual to bring back that feedback, maybe follow up on, in terms of some of the issues that we have in terms of workers, or not workers' compensation claims, but claims against the city in regards to slips, trips, and falls. So there's a lot of things, and that frees up the supervisors to do their jobs also. Again, improves the safety because now there's a little bit more time that they could spend on the job providing direction to the staff to perform the activities in a safe manner. So, and I don't want to belittle the deputy chief position. I'm sure that's also a compliance issue. It's just that we have old infrastructure, right? We have old sidewalks, we have old roads that are in need of repair. We're going to be doubling our budget. We should be spending our money, you know, in a meaningful manner, addressing those issues that are true safety issues, and addressing them in a timely manner where, you know, they're not left unguarded, right? Where, oh yeah, there's an issue, but we'll get around to picking it up, or even that needle on the ground, we'll get around to picking it up on Monday because operations crews can pick up needles. You know, like, these are the types of things that there's all these liabilities that we got to start thinking about, so. And maybe is that one of the positions would be also helpful in terms of identifying and picking up biohazard materials that are located on sidewalks?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've recently trained road staff to deal with those hazardous materials.
Thank you so much. That's one of my pet peeves.
Thank you. So I just want to comment on the position, and then I have a question for Mr. Lewis before we move on. We only have a few, 12 minutes or so left. The key words that you said are risk management and mitigation, and we go to Good Roads every year. We go to these workshops and we talk to other staff members from other communities and councillors, and that's all the talk you hear is liability, 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 especially when it's coming down from the province. So it's, I think the position is warranted. It's my personal opinion. Just a question for you. I know on Bell Street between Memercy Lodge and Fellows High School, you paved the shoulder of the road, as you did with Everett Street. Is that something that we're looking at for Cecilia, for streets like Cecilia, and that pave the shoulder of the road in lieu of a sidewalk?
We look at doing it when we're resurfacing the road. At this point, we're not out searching those locations and doing a paved shoulder separate. There is some drawbacks to just doing a paved shoulder against an existing asphalt road because they tend to want to move separately and it's not going to stay where it needs to stay. But as we resurface a road, we are looking at paving the shoulders and putting a white line down to allow for, as the CAO mentions, walkability of the city, as well as just general safety. Bicycle use is increasing. So stuff like that, and it does increase the safety if we can pave that shoulder.
Yeah.
So we are looking at initiating it where it's appropriate when we resurface the roads.
Yeah, because I've asked it, we've been asked this question before about bike safety, and every time, I've asked it to you before, like last year, every time you do a road project, you consider, you know, the shoulder and if you can incorporate the safety for the walkers and the bikers.
That's correct.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Jagano?
Just final question. Is there any grant money available for a hire of this nature? I know a few years ago, policing, the ministry offset the salaries of police officers, a couple of them, for, I think, 50% for 2 or 3 years to let the municipality move forward. And I thought, seeing that this deals with safety, injury, and municipal, you know, the basic standards to roads and sidewalks, is there any availability for funding? No, I see you shake of the head. That, my question's answered, I guess, through the treasurer. Thank you. If there is, apply for it. Thank you.
So, any other questions on roads before I ask a question?
Just what line number is this on, this new endpoint?
So through the chair, so it would fall under full-time salaries. So that's a section it's on page 30, and it's from line 23 to line 41. So it's in that section of the budget.
56,000.
So, but it is spread around in a couple places because we do allocate most road salaries, you know, between multiple activities. But I would say the bulk of it is in that.
So it's around 70 maybe?
So it's in total, including benefits, it's $70,664 in 2024.
Just for clarification, the PCC operator, that is coming out of the operations budget also? That's out of water budget, separate reserves, or?
So that other position would be out of the sewer budget, and that would be be paid for through the sewer rate. So through the sewer billing, and not part of the general taxation budget.
Thank you. Okay, we're still on roads. We're coming up to closing time. Any other questions for the treasurer, or Madam Treasurer, you can move along, you can continue, please?
So there are just a couple more smaller sections, so I'm gonna go through so I have traffic control, streetlights, and garbage and recycling. So I'll quickly go through those and then pause for questions, but I will say in the meantime, my treasury staff have been in the back adding up the budget. So in terms of the 2024 legal budget, the general budget has a total budget of $124,000 in legal. So this isn't just to one lawyer or legal firm. So this is spread between a couple. As the city, you know, sort of selects a lawyer based on the issue. So for example, we have a law firm that we use for HR issues. We have a law firm that we use for procurement issues. We have one that we use for, I guess, council procedural issues. And then we have one just for general, like local issues. And the water sewer budget has an additional $25,000, which is mostly related, I believe, to easements. So, with that being said, okay, so just to quickly touch on the traffic control budget. Overall, so that's on page 39 and ends on page 30. Overall, the traffic control budget is increasing by $8,200. And the main issues, I guess the main increases here is on page 39, line 490. The materials budget has increased by $2,000. Which reflects an increase for replacements and more school zone signage, I guess in consideration of some of the earlier comments on school zones. And as well, on the following page, page 40, line 507 and 509. So a budget of $3,000 has been proposed to pilot some durable line marking, which we would use on the Highview Crosswalk, Champlain Discovery Crosswalk, and Fellows Crosswalk. and an additional $2,500 added to the budget for speed signage. So increasing the budget there to $12,000, which would reflect the cost of 2 display units along with some brackets and batteries. For street lights, which is in the next section, we're seeing an increase of $31,500. So we are anticipating having to spend an additional $10,000 on equipment maintenance and an additional $20,000 on pole replacements. So we do have some poles that are deteriorating, and the plan for 2024 is to look at replacing some poles on Shea Avenue, Bell Street, Boundary Road West, and Lake Street. Oh, but Lake Street is capital. Okay, so overall, that's a 12.5% increase in their budget. And then in terms of the garbage and recycling budget, so garbage and recycling is funded through the garbage and waste management rates. So the city is once again proposing just to freeze those rates and not increase it, at least until 2025 when we start looking at the new regime. So we are seeing some small changes in this budget. So on page 41, line 15, we do not need to budget for more recycling containers in 2024. We do have sufficient inventory at this time. So the fees generated will not fully cover the cost. So we are anticipating having to transfer roughly $33,000 from our waste management reserve just to cover the gap in 2024. And again, we will look at the rates and have a discussion on if the rates need to be reviewed for 2025. There are some staffing costs from the operations department that get allocated to this section just to be a better reflection of the true cost of garbage and recycling in the city. In terms of our contract costs for garbage and recycling, we are anticipating seeing some increases to our contracts based on a 3.8% CPI, and that is offset by a reduction in expected extra garbage collection costs. So overall, it's still, this budget nets to zero because again, we recover through fees and through a small contribution from reserves in 2024. So I will stop here for questions.
Questions, Councillor Keel?
Can someone explain better the durable line marking pilot project?
Mr. Lewis?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Durable line marking is basically a heavy-duty product that is put down. There's various different types. Some is like a concrete slurry. It's put down very thin, smooth across the road, and it lasts longer than line paint. There's another type that is a torch-on product. It's a heavy-duty vinyl, like a wrap that you would get on your vehicle, and it's torched down onto the asphalt. And it's durable. It's not like paint. The product we use for line marking right now is a paint, and it's a latex paint, which we all know latex paint doesn't last near as long as it should. So this is a different type of product that should see line marking in those heavily wear areas. Should see it last for 2 to 3 years rather than having to do line marking every year. Specifically looking at a pilot project for the crosswalks. The safety of the school children is paramount, and operations is looking at safety around the schools on a regular basis. I'd like to try it there. When we do the line marking early in the season, later in the season, come around the fall, we notice that some of the line painting is going away. That's when the school kids are coming back to school in September. So I'd like to see if we can get a longer term of line marking done using likely a torch-on product that we'll try first and see if that helps.
So I guess my concern is we don't know if this product works or not. Like, I just, why are we piloting it? Like, do other municipalities have it and does it work? And should we be using it or?
Through the chair, probably should have rephrased it differently in the book. We're going to pilot a type of product to see which type of product works best for us. So municipalities use it, it's being used all over the place, but dependent upon the location, the amount of traffic, turning movements in that particular location, which type of product is being used. So we'll try a couple different ones probably and see which ones work best for us.
Okay, allow the two questions before we adjourn. Councillor Giacono, then Councillor Frinier.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the Department of Highways along the 401 has test strips. You may have seen them when you're traveling there. Is there any research on any of the products that they use that we could acquire from the ministry to see what would suit us? I mean, if they find a strip as last 10 years, maybe that's one we should be getting. Thank you.
Yeah, so we do look at the products that the ministry uses. The ministry also puts out a designated, I'm going to forget what it's called now. They do put out a list of products that they use on a regular basis, so that's our first go-to, is to go to that list. But we also make calls to various different municipalities. We call the suppliers and say, what is it that you're supplying? And give me half a dozen references. We want to contact those municipalities and check the references and stuff. So we do all that, yes.
Final speaker today, we have Councillor Lafreniere.
So traffic lights, traffic signals, the electricity it takes to run them, the maintenance I see here, 51,698, I believe. But the electricity to run them, is that included in the electrical for streetlights? Is it all billed in the same to run our traffic lights? The reason I'm asking, we were at a meeting recently where someone thinking of building on our borders, we're talking about, construction, et cetera. And I was expressing my concern about the pressure it would put on our streets. And they would have to bear, I mentioned the fact they'd have to bear traffic lights and signals and those expenses, and they made it sound like I was being trivial. So I just want to know, what are the true costs of installing like a traffic light at an intersection? So you're talking 2 or 4 poles with lights. But the electricity portion, is that not separated, or is that in with the street light expense? I just want to know that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, on line 483,
Yeah.
in the traffic control budget is the electrical. That's the electrical usage.
Okay.
Line item.
So it's included in there, okay.
Yep. As far as a new set of traffic signals are concerned, a 4-way intersection, a new set of traffic signals nowadays, not including backup UPS power, UPC power, would be in the range of $250,000 to $300,000.
Thank you. So that's not trivial by any means. So that's just food for thought for this council going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So that wraps up for today. We want to thank everyone very much, especially the treasurer and the staff and the management here. Could we have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Frenier, Councillor Keel, those in favor? Carried. We'll continue tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. right here at City Hall and also on YouTube. Thank you. We are adjourned.